Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. 3 women renewed their lawsuit against a sorority Monday over a transgender member allowed in its Wyoming chapter. The civil lawsuit of a handful of Kappa Kappa Gamma members suing sorority leadership over the induction of the transgender member was filed as a proposed action Monday, with just 3 of the original 7 plaintiffs remaining, according to Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland.
The women who are suing Kappa Kappa Gamma, saying it breached contract, broke good faith to induct a transgender member back in 2022, they repackaged their lawsuit. And we kind of knew that was coming because they lost, and then the appeals court said, this doesn't look like it's in our court yet. You need to try refiling with the lower court. But the original 7 dwindled down to 6, is now at 3. So there's 3 women left fighting this lawsuit that's just been a saga here in Wyoming.
The lawsuit raises a question of how involved, if at all, University of Wyoming officials were in the transgender students' induction. The university has said it was not involved at all. The Los Angeles rioting over ICE raids has deepened political divisions on Capitol Hill, where the Senate on Monday resumed work on the massive budget bill known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The bill has dominated senators' time as of late, but Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the riots have opened a new partisan battlefront.
The major story on Capitol Hill is how the Senate's going to get through the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, a giant package of tax cuts, spending measures. But this rioting out in L.A. has certainly gotten the attention of Wyoming's members of Congress. Wyoming's members of Congress have seized on the rioting in California to try to draw a distinction between the 2 political parties. Basically, the Republicans are saying, hey, we're the party of law and order. We're the party of getting tough on immigration. This sort of thing does not happen on our watch.
The violence has gone on for days. 5 Los Angeles Police Department officers were reported hurt on Monday. Arrests have numbered in the dozens amid torched cars and looted stores. The Trump administration is pushing to move ahead with granting approvals for a 5,000-well oil and gas project in Converse County. Despite a previous court order halting permitting for the project, which was approved in December 2020 under the first Trump administration, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the Bureau of Land Management has found no significant new impacts to groundwater resources, opening the door for the project to move forward.
One interesting point made to me by a county commissioner in Converse County is that this is a huge deal for the local industry, but you're not necessarily going to see more rigs or as many rigs as predicted because the process started so long ago. The technology has changed. And so maybe where you once had to put 3 rigs, you might just put 1 because of what's called lateral drilling. There's a lot of new circumstances to consider because it's taken so long to get this moving. They're going to start reassessing based on the current technology.
According to the BLM, the project could generate between $18 billion and $28 billion in federal revenues and create roughly 8,000 jobs. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Well, for many locals, Shell Falls has been a must-stop when driving over the Bighorn Mountains on U.S. Highway 14. The falls are gorgeous any time of year, but June is when they get truly beautiful. However, anyone looking forward to a stop at the Shell Falls Interpretive Center east of Grable will be in for an unwelcome surprise. The falls are closed, according to Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean, and will be for the next 2 years.
If you're driving between Cody and Sheridan, it makes the ideal rest stop. You can stretch your legs, go look at the falls, enjoy a little nature, and then head back on your way. But not for 2 years. They are fixing some power issues so that the bathrooms will work again. They're going to fix it, but it's going to be closed up to 2 years while they do that. It's definitely a big tourist attraction. Usually the parking lot is jam-packed with tour buses and tourists stopping along the way. So this favorite site will not be open for that for a couple of years.
That makes the now second major attraction closed in the Bighorns, as Crazy Woman Canyon on Highway 16 was unexpectedly closed this year for bridge replacements. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I do not have guns at home.
I feel really safe and secure having a gun in the house.
Judge, my opponent is completely disregarding almost half of my arguments which I responded to.
Communities must step up
Laws
and
alone
protest
cannot
against this
stop a
normalization.
bullet.
Our community must educate and push back against all that violence.
Every individual needs to be aware of what they can do to keep kids safe.
I completely disagree.
I'm not gonna listen to points that are completely ridiculous.
Point of inquiry. Do you guys even realize that the #1 killer of children and teens are gun injuries? Why are we fighting about this?
We have a serious problem in this country.
There is no adult in this earth that wants children to die.
I worry for my kids.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, June 10. 3 sorority girls continue the fight as a lawsuit against a transgender moves ahead again. What do the riots in LA mean for the big, beautiful bill? We'll explore. Laramie County Sheriff's Office adopts ICE policies, special new hires for immigration, and the ACLU cries foul. Favorable environmental review clears the way for a 5,000 well oil and gas development in Converse County. Shell Falls is closed. That in addition to Crazy Woman Canyon. How do you close a waterfall? That's the big question. The second question is, what's the Forest Service doing? Shutting out the public to our forests. Train derailment in Walcott Junction. Special guests today include Rob Geringer. He's a Wyoming lawmaker who's got an interesting take on where politics are right now and where they might be headed. And Father Nathan Castle joins us, and he's going to talk about how he helps lost souls pass over. In particular, those who died suddenly and violently, who were maybe unsaved or had trouble in their life. How do they reach the final destination? Father Nathan Castle will join us and talk about that. Don day weather forecast looking pretty good around the state. Sunny today, 84 in Casper. Slight chance of rain in Lander, otherwise mostly sunny today with highs 83. Evanston, you'll be sunny, highs around 80. Sunny breeze in Rock Springs, 83 the high. Pinedale, sunny, 78. Afton, you'll top out around 82 today with sunshine. Slight chance of rain at DuBois, mostly sunny, otherwise 78. Jackson, sunny, 81 today. Thermopolis, chance of rain after 2 o'clock. Sunny up until then with highs 86. Cody, you could see rain sometime after 11 in the morning. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 81. Graybull, you're going to be up there around 88. That might be the high for the day. You're going to tie with Gillette, I think. Wow. Way to go, Graybull. Chance of rain in Buffalo after 4, cloudy with highs 80. Can't wait till the wife wakes up. I'm comparing Buffalo weather with Jackson weather every day. It's just a little internal thing I'm doing. You can follow along or not. Doesn't matter. Sheridan, chance of rain after 3. Clouds on the increase, 86 the high. Chance of rain in Gillette. Otherwise, highs 88. Newcastle, widespread haze before noon. Otherwise, sunny, highs 88. I assume the haze is due to those fires in Canada. Sunny and hot today, 91 in Torrington. So that's the hot spot today. You win, Torrington. We surrender. Sunny and 89 in Douglas. Cheyenne, mostly sunny, 85. You'll top out at 80 in Laramie. High in Rawlins today under sunny skies, 83. Saratoga, 83. And in Wamsutter, 82 degrees today. We'll talk with Zach Sontags, who survived a day in Wamsutter. I'm going to find out if he stayed the night. That's the key. Can you survive a night in Wamsutter? We're just kidding. Wamsutter's a great little stop on Interstate 80. Jen Coker normally joins us now, but Jen is on assignment, basically. And she's trying to finish up a super important story. Jen had that story. I wish Jen was going to be on, because she had that story about a drug runner who worked for Pablo Escobar. You remember that? If you were with us then, very interesting story, as only Jen can tell them. And it was about, I'm trying to remember the guy's name, and I can't remember, so I'll have to look him up. I think his last name was Witt. And I bring it up because there's another Pablo Escobar drug runner in the news. I mean, I assume, it was a pretty big operation from what I understand. I don't live in that world. But I'm sure Pablo Escobar had more than one pilot who flew drugs back and forth from the U.S. to his operation. But it's interesting. They're all coming out now and telling their story. Richard Pitt is the guy I'm thinking of. Grew up in Thermopolis and lived a life straight out of a movie like Scarface. He was a drug runner in the 1980s, a pilot for Pablo Escobar, and flew, cocaine, the whole bit. I mean, he just lived the the glamorous life of a drug runner before he supposedly turned good, and then helped the FBI, CIA, whoever works on that kind of stuff, kind of worked for them, did some prison time. So did this guy. I'm reading this in the Huff Post. TJ Dominguez, born in Cuba, said, I spent years making millions smuggling cocaine for Pablo Escobar, and no one had any idea. And Dominguez is proudly posing in front of his gray Ghost, his smuggling plane, his favorite smuggling plane. And he said, back in the 1980s, I was leading a double life. So Jen Coker was first. We're going to give Jen the scoop. Jen found Mr. Pitt, Richard Pitt, out of Thermopolis. But HuffPost then counters. HuffPost says, oh, yeah? Whatever you can do, I can do second. And they come up with TJ Dominguez telling his story, Cuban-born drug runner pilot for Pablo Escobar, making flights into South Florida and driving Lamborghinis. I just read a little bit of it, but Jen's story, much better. We got to have Richard Pitt on the show, by the way. I've reached out, but he's a tough one. We'll try to get Richard Pitt on the show. Maybe we'll have to blur his face or something. I mean, he's on the up and up now, but still probably doesn't want a lot of people. I don't know. We'll ask him if he ever ran into TJ Dominguez. Wouldn't that be something? If he said, oh, yeah, I know that guy. He was the backup pilot. He was the guy. Pablo Escobar went to him whenever I was too busy or, yeah. I'm looking at a interesting story, not in the Cowboy State Daily. We'll get to those in a moment when we have Greg Johnson on. But this story about the future of online news, sort of like radio, which we're doing now. This is radio. Hello. Good morning, Cheyenne. Hello in Riverton. Hello in Jackson. And anywhere else we're on. Similar to radio, which was pronounced dead decades ago, right? TV came out and they said, that's the end of radio. Nobody's going to be doing radio. Well, radio's still here. Podcasts came out, and you can call this a podcast. In fact, this show is downloadable on demand, archive whenever you're ready to listen. If you miss it on radio, it's downloadable at your favorite podcast platform. Podcasts were going to kill radio, and that ain't happened yet. Radio's still there. Still going. Well, digital news, online news is certainly killing newspapers, traditional ink printed papers, although there's a certain tactile enjoyment in reading the paper, right? It just goes good with coffee. Speaking of which, I'm going to take a swig of coffee here on the radio. Newspaper, the paper newspaper, I mean, it is cool to do the crossword. It is cool to flip through the pages, smell the ink, get the ink on your fingers, and it goes good with coffee. No doubt. But it's got its limitations. When you're printing news on a paper, stationary, hours ahead, a day before anyone's going to read it, it's old news. We know how fast news happens today. Really fast. And it's old news. That's the biggest problem with the newspaper. It's also super costly. So if you want to run a press room, have at it. Keep burning money. Why don't you buy a boat and a horse while you're at it? You really want to go through money fast. Digital news is, I think, killing the newspaper. Although there'll be a certain amount of romanticism over the old newspaper, just as there is with records, You got MP3s now, you got Spotify, you got iTunes. There's no need to, the cassette tape, the 8-track, those are all old. Even the CD went the way of the dinosaur. But some people still want to hang on to that vinyl. Oh, the records just sound better. That's like the same person say, well, the newspaper just reads better when I have it in my hands. Well, maybe. Same person who likes to read a book rather than Kindle. I get it. There's always going to be that select few that like the old school way. That's cool. But digital news, replacing newspapers for sure. Now, there's danger that digital news is being replaced by AI. And it's the AI Google search that's supposedly killing digital news, or at least putting a real damper on things. I'm looking at this story from the Wall Street Journal. News sites are getting crushed by Google's new AI tools. You already have seen them, I'm sure, when you Google something up, search something up. You get the list of answers as before, but you also get an AI synopsis right up there, lead, which the synopsis is AI just ripping through your searching the, I won't say the entire internet. I don't know if it goes into the deep dark web, but it searches the internet and comes back with kind of an answer you wanted. In fact, the guy who runs the whole show there at the Atlantic, Nicholas Thompson, said Google is shifting from being a search engine to an answer engine. And that's true. I mean, if you Google something up, let's say you Google up what we were just talking about, Richard Pitt, drug runner. And instead of Google giving you the choices of, oh, why don't you go read about this at the Cowboy State Daily? Why don't you read the Jen Coker story? That'll be listed. But before that's listed, there'll be a synopsis of the whole story, and you won't have to even click on the Cowboy State Daily. I just did a search for it, and Google has answered the question. Richard Pitt grew up in Thermopolis, ran drugs for Pablo Escobar in the 1980s, blah, blah. You know, it goes a little paraphrase of the whole Richard Pitt story. For most people, that satisfies what they were doing, what they researched. That satisfies your intent. That would have, for me, I was just trying to remember Richard Pitt. Oh, yeah, was that the pilot, drug runner for Pablo Escobar, 1980s, Richard Pitt? So instead of clicking on the story and going to read something and getting hits and doing something for Cowboy State Daily, like landing on that page and counting as an analytic, many users, the fear is, may choose to just say, okay, that's what I wanted to know. Done with my search. The search is now no longer a search. It's an answer. And it's interesting. The AI Armageddon is here for online news publishers. Story from Wall Street Journal. Chatbots are replacing Google searches, eliminating the need to click on the blue links and tanking referrals to news sites. As a result, traffic that publishers once relied on for years is plummeting. Case in point, New York Times. Since the invention of this AI, ChatGPT has been integrated into Google searches, has watched their traffic decreased by 34%. Yeah, ChatGPT, AI. Some websites see their traffic decline 55% from the year 2022 to April of 2025. It's the invention, it's the evolution of Google and Google search, which is now, instead of search, it's Google answer. Interesting. Well, they said radio was going to be dead, and radio's still going. Cowboy State Daily will still be going with your online news. Don't worry. We'll be back with Greg Johnson in a moment, right after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
I was a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, you know? When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. The song we should be playing is not this one. It should be bow, 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 bow. I want to thank you for letting me be myself. Okay. Thank you for letting me be myself. Sly Stone's dead.
Yeah. I don't hear any music.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have to press a button to allow you to hear the music.
You let me hear that.
Yeah, you heard me singing a cappella. I want it. That's no auto-tune there, buddy. Yeah,
I could tell.
I can't play the actual song or we get in trouble. In fact, my singing was so spot on for Sylvester Stallone that probably the robots that troll for copyright infringements will alert. They'll red flag. They'll say, "Oh, he was playing Sly Stone." Yeah, that's too bad. Here's I know I can anticipate your reaction to this already. You're not a big National Apple Pie Day, and neither am I. I just do it because it's required by all radio talk show hosts. It's in the manual, Greg. We have to say what this is, National Whatever Day. I mean, it's
probably like 15 different things.
I know. That silliness is part of it. It's Broadcasting 101. It's National Iced Tea Day, by the way. And National Ballpoint Pen Day. But no, what I wanted to bring up is it's also, we're 10 days into now Pride Month. And there's efforts to change Pride Month to Family Month, Republican-backed bill. One of the sponsors is Representative Harriet Hageman, who said, that's enough of the Pride Month stuff. Let's get back to family.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of these months anyway.
I mean, I knew it.
Honestly, we have Memorial Day. We have one day for people who've been killed defending freedom.
Yeah.
Then you have a whole month to celebrate Pride or, Jelly Month or whatever. I mean, it just doesn't. It doesn't. I don't know. I don't wake up every morning in a specific month. Like, oh well, I have to be extra conscious of this month.
Right.
Yeah, I don't.
I know.
I don't like it. I don't like months like that.
I kind of figured that'd be your answer, and I agree. I'm like, when I hear
it's also National Forklift Safety Day today.
Oh,
yeah. So why not National Forklift Safety Month?
I would have I would have
With all the
needed.
people who drive forklifts, their safety would be important enough for a month, right?
Yes, you would think so. Why do our lost in combat veterans get one day when the gays get a whole month? Basically.
I just don't.
Let's just do away with the whole month thing, right? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Who's got the energy anymore? I know, that was my reaction as well. I mean, all kudos to Representative Harriet Hageman. Should there be a Pride Month designated for June? Should there be a Family Month dedicated for June? She says, her quote is, Americans are inundated with perverse Pride Month displays for the month of June that denigrate the nuclear family. Let's bring back family. The country's future depends on traditional nuclear family. But yeah, the alternative 3 is just let June be June, right? It's just June. It's not, it's not any, although I can get behind the forklift thing. I have had many
National Egg Roll Day too.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I used to have a job when I was between summers when I was off from college. I would go home and I would work at this factory, and I had to drive a forklift and load trucks. I spilled stuff on top of me trying to reach way up, I did that. Yeah, and there was one forklift you were supposed to get that had like a solid roof. So if you spilled stuff, you wouldn't get hit. And one had like it had a grate. Like it would stop big, if you dropped a keg of beer, it would bounce off. But little things, I had a box of like heavy bolts, and the whole box tipped over and went right through, hit me, and that was not fun. Didn't do that again. And then during downtime, we would have competitions, how fast you could drive the forklift, and then jam on the brakes. And the closest to the loading dock without falling off the loading dock was the winner. Like, how brave could you be? Zooming to the edge of the dock, leave the skid marks, and there you are. You're the winner. And yes,
I'm sure the guy who paid for those forklifts would have been awesome. They would have loved seeing that.
Yeah, the boss was not. We worked the C trick. That was the overnight shift. Bosses were not around. We would have all been fired. I was eventually fired for this incident. I accidentally left a forklift on a truck. I was loading I drove into the truck. I dropped that thing, and then something called me away, and I went and the boss. I got a call from like the boss of boss. This is like 3 a.m. We're working the overnight shift, and the warehouse boss says the big boss wants you on the phone. He said, "You realize we got a forklift in Pittsburgh right now?" We're like, oh. Yeah.
You get it back?
I wouldn't know. I was
they just
promptly dismissed. I'm assuming they eventually got that forklift back, but yeah, my days as a forklift operator did not go well.
All right. I don't know why we've never talked about this, Jake, but toilet paper, over or under?
Oh, over, man.
Over?
Yeah.
Nah, it's got to go under, man.
Really? You're in the minority.
Well, then everybody's wrong, because it should go under. It looks better. Cats don't unroll it, like this when it's under.
Yeah, it's harder for cats to. That is a concern. Actually, they should do a separate poll. Pew Research should look into this, and they should divide the poll, just like split stats in baseball. They should ask you up front, do you have a cat in the household? And how many of those go under? Good point.
Yeah, and if you're riding around in your RV and it's over, it's going to unroll and stuff while you're driving around.
Yeah.
If it's under, it's less likely to do that.
You've put a lot of effort into this.
I have. I've thought a lot more about this than I have about whether it's Pride Month.
Yeah. I mean, those are concerns you bring up, but let's get to the basics. The whole point is to get TP off the roll and access Fanny. And I think that's done faster and smoother on the over. The things right now, our radio affiliates are pressing the cancel button. Like, look at these two idiots talking about TP
This
in the
has been
morning.
a classic radio discussion for decades.
Yeah, I think over.
You think back in the day, like in caveman days, they get the hole there. People arguing whether you have the rock face up or face.
Yeah, the rock. Yeah, right. Or what they used to share a sponge, right? Have you seen one of those? The medieval meme?
There's all kinds of bathroom habits that were kind of gross.
Oh man, that's a hard pass. Yeah, pass the sponge. Nope, not after that guy used it. No, that's boy, we've come a long way.
Yeah, I'm sorry I brought it up.
Yeah, I'm a little grossed out, but I'm going over. Okay, so we don't agree on everything, Greg. That provides that good entertainment tension between us.
Now, do you feel enough about it, though, that if you're visiting somebody's house, you're in the bathroom and it's rolled under, will you swap it out? Will you swap it to over?
This gets into a whole nother point where I do not use someone else's bathroom for number twos. Or is that number one? Which one is the...
I try not to myself.
Yeah, I try
but
not
if you
to
had
use...
to. I mean...
it would have to be a dire emergency. I do not like using someone else's. Also, I don't even like using public. Like, if I can wait till I get home, yeah, I don't share that with others. You know what I'm saying? Because of the lack of reading material for the most part.
Yeah.
Like,
but if you had people over and then they're gone, you go into your bathroom, you notice somebody swapped my roll of toilet paper.
Son of a gun! I'm gonna do my own internal poll and find out who it was.
How mad would you be about something like that? Would you consider that a major violation?
Not compared to what they did to the toilet bowl. That's the major violation.
I mean, I don't know. I might, because that's like a personal thing. I mean, that would be like, I don't know, rearranging your medicine cabinet or.
It would be invasive, wouldn't it? I hear what you're saying. Where do you want to go? LA riots? You want to talk about sorority lawsuit? Dealer's choice. None of the above?
Yeah, the sorority lawsuit, it's pretty much the same as it's been. There's just fewer girls in it now. They've kind of refiled it. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know that there's a lot. I don't know. I'm getting a little
fatigue over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These LA riots, though, I mean, it's nuts. How come I always riot in LA?
I know. Rodney King.
And what I don't understand, and I know it's been kind of a meme going around and stuff, but it's interesting to think about. Is people are rioting because ICE wants to deport them. They want to round them up and take them out because they're in the country illegally.
Mm-hmm.
They want to be here. That's why they're here. Yet they're running around with Mexican flags from the places they don't want to go back to.
Right.
Why not run around with the American flag if you want to stay here?
Yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't seem to jive with the message of why they're rioting.
Totally. their behavior would suggest everything except they want to be here. They're waving their flag of their original nation, and they're breaking the law. They're doing everything to say, yeah, we want to go back to Mexico. I'm standing on top of a car we burned, protesting in the street, breaking stuff, breaking the law, and waving the Mexican flag. Like, I don't think it's about that at all. I don't think the Rodney King was about Rodney King. I talked about this yesterday. I think it's just LA is one of those cities, and it's not the only one, where there's a real divide between the haves and have-nots. And when anything happens in a news cycle, the have-nots say, all right, let's start stealing TVs and burning stuff. They don't even care what the cause is. It might have started with ICE, but at this point, 9 out of the 10 dudes you see in the street waving handguns and getting all rowdy. The immigration, if we put a microphone, what do you think about the immigration issue? They'd be at a loss for words. They're just rowdy. And here's the excuse to be rowdy. Yeah, I got 5 cops have been injured from LAPD. So, this idea that we can handle it from Governor Newsom, I don't know if that holds water. Trump's sending 700 troops, and he is going to bring order one way or another, even if he has to arrest the governor. But you see things like this all the time. You're right. It seems to happen in L.A., the homeless in San Francisco. I see video of these homeless, like micro cities within a city in the Bay Area, where they've just set up camp. There's tents, and the police have just given up trying to move them. It's just a homeless camp. And I think, is this America? How do we let our cities get to this point? And I think this is what the Trump administration is saying. We're not going to let LA become anti-American. We're going in there with troops.
It's one thing to protest. Protest is American.
Yeah.
But rioting and looting and stuff is not. I mean, there's a line.
Yeah.
If you can't tell that there's a line there, then
yeah. The lawlessness. But yeah, California is acting every way, practically every day in the news to indicate it wants to secede from the U.S. And I think many people would say good riddance.
I'm just glad it's not happening here.
Yeah.
I don't want to cover that.
Yeah, I know it. Although we do have a ramp up of ICE type things going on. Laramie County Sheriff's Office is ramping up their efforts to come alongside ICE. 3 new deputies are undergoing background investigations and ICE training. 2 are native Spanish speakers, and they're attending a 4-week federal training course. And yeah, our buddy Sheriff Kozak is trying to implement some ICE things, including that 72, more than 72-hour detention center that they've got in Sweetwater County. They want to do one in Laramie County, and task force he wants to put together. And the ACLU crying foul over that. They say that's just racial profiling, but Sheriff Kozak said, no, not if you do it right.
Well, it's an interesting idea. And I've told you before, covering issues in other areas, especially illegal immigration and trafficking of people is a big thing. And a lot of times, sheriff's offices, I'll tell you, in Southern Colorado, they go along Highway 160. It was a major thoroughfare because it's closer, lower. It doesn't happen a lot here because we're higher up from the border. But in Arizona and into Southern Colorado, it was a major thoroughfare. People, what these traffickers would do is they rent a U-Haul, charge people from Mexico, poor people who have basically turn over everything to them, huge amounts of money,
to
be packed into this U-Haul, and then they drive them up and they drive them across. When they get stopped, the the local authorities will stop them, and they'll call ICE, say, hey, we've got this group, come get them. And ICE will say, well, we really don't have the manpower. Let them go. We'll get them down the road. And then, of course, they don't. But they don't have the manpower to get them out. Now, if they have these agreements in place and the training with the locals to do that, then they don't have to let them go and roll on down the road, or they can take care of some of these things that these investigations and stuff that bump up to whatever the 48-hour, 72-hour holds are. So I think it makes a lot of sense to train them, give them give them the skills, the training in the specific procedures, and the authority to do some of that for you. Basically, as an ICE deputy, why not expand your force?
And if you question why is this needed in Laramie County, Wyoming, it's essentially, there's a pipeline that Denver, I would imagine, is a big hub for, illegal immigration activity, whether it's smuggling, sex trafficking, whatever it is. And at this point, Cheyenne's kind of Denver North. I mean, the spillover from the Front Range happens in Cheyenne. So it's part of that pipeline that could be exploited with bad immigration. If you want to stick around, Greg, I want to talk about this big 5,000 well oil and gas thing. I want to talk about train derailments and how do you close a waterfall? We'll do that. You want to hang?
Sure.
Yes. All right. We'll be right back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily show continues. Jake, Greg Johnson in the room, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. Let's talk about that train derailment, Greg. This Union Pacific train derailment, Walcott Junction, 15 cars fell off the track. It's the second time I've heard sunshine blamed for trains falling off the track. We had a story yesterday or the day before, yesterday, about an old train derailment that sent those, what do you call those things they store fuel in for the jets?
Tankers.
Yeah, those tankers fell off, and they said it was a sun buckle, a sun bump. Sun expands the rails, and that could knock trains off the track. And this wasn't necessarily the case here. This was a bearing, some kind of wheel bearing that malfunctioned, but there was mention in this story of that same effect this time of year when sun gets on those rails and causes them to expand or create bumps or buckles.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of trains that run through Wyoming.
Yeah.
I think we're lucky that there wasn't anything really toxic in these.
Yeah. Concern about propane, but everything worked out.
It seems to be. I would guess that it's going to take them a little bit to get them all moved out, and assess the damage, and get that fixed. But I think Union Pacific does that pretty quickly.
Yeah, and almost every time this happens, which thankfully is not terribly frequently, a representative of UP or whoever will say, you know what, trains derail. I mean, it's a fact of the business, and we're prepared for it. And yeah, they usually clean it up and mitigate it pretty fast. 15 Union Pacific rail cars derailed Monday near Walcott Junction in central Carbon County. Yeah, sometimes trains fall over.
I think that's the official report, Jake.
It just fell over. Remember the one that blew over? We had a wind so hard that I mean, that's how.
Well, it didn't really blow the trains over. It blew the stuff off the trains. But
I prefer to think it blew the train, just so Wyoming can brag on its wind. And it was at the same time Texas was showing video of the wind in the Panhandle was blowing over semi-tractor trailers, and we're like, it happens every single day on I-80. Texas, hold our beer. We're going to blow a train over. How about that? Yeah, that was a great.
How do you go? Well, what you do after that?
I don't know. Yeah, hopefully not. Yeah, nothing disastrous. But I just thought it was a great day to brag on Wyoming wind when, we blow trains over. That's our claim to fame.
Wyoming blows.
Because Nebraska sucks.
That's right.
Let me finish the thought. The popular Shell Falls in the Bighorns is closed. This is the second time I've heard of a feature in the Bighorn area closing. Crazy Woman Canyon closed. And when that happened, I thought, how do you close a canyon? Does it cease to exist? Is there an off button that the Forest Service has access to I'm not aware of? Is there some kind of power? The power has to be redone. And I'm thinking, well, how much power does it take to make Shell Falls water fall? I mean, apparently a lot of electricity.
You didn't know that, but that they use they use 25 of those little fish tank pumps, and that's what creates the falls.
How many megawatts does it take to make a waterfall? I had no idea that Shell Falls was powered. It brings back like the stories of old Yellowstone when the Old Faithful, they used to be people who claim, oh yeah, the The managers at Old Faithful turn it on and turn it off. Is there an on switch for Shell Falls?
Like the cartoons, there's that big wheel. And you just...
Yeah. Shell Falls. I just, how do you close a fall? I guess, it's the facilities, it's parking. And that's where, I mean, for me, it gets really annoying when the Forest Service closes roads, closes stuff, and then, in my opinion, drags their feet to fix it. 2 years to fix the power to the porta potties in Shell Falls means we're all denied going to the falls. In fact, misdemeanor, $5,000 fine kind of denied if you go anyway. What if you don't park? What if you walk yourself from Sheridan to Shell Falls and go to view it? Are you going to be arrested?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, okay, I'm not going to park and I'm not going to go to the bathroom. Can I see the falls? Do they still exist? If a tree falls in the forest and the Forest Service says, well, the forest is closed today, does it really fall?
Nope.
Is Shell Falls running right now? Or is it closed? It's not.
I'm sure it's not running.
It's not as if it was a Disneyland feature, a roller coaster ride under repair. It's a falls exists. I don't know. I get mad when I see the Forest Service say Shell Falls is closed this year and next year, and Crazy Woman Kane is closed. In fact, don't come into the Bighorns. Don't come in. There's nothing to see here.
I don't know what to tell you, Jake.
Talk me down from the ledge before I crush my mouse that I'm tapping on. What else is in the news, Greg? Change of topic.
Well, it's interesting. The BLM. You can see it's such a cycle by administration.
Yeah.
With now the BLM, it's fast tracking approval of these energy projects, whereas they're still tied up in litigation from other administrations. It's interesting, and whether these things happen fast enough between administrations, that's the thing. But yeah, there's still some kind of a court order ruling in place on this big 5,000 well project, but BLM and the administration are going forward with it, saying, hey, so what? Let's get this going.
Really good story from David Madison. And you're right, Greg. This is just another stark reminder of how much influence a presidential administration has over everything and over.
And how long these things really do take, Jake, because I remember covering this when they were proposing it more than 10 years ago.
Wow.
And they're still haven't gotten to the point of doing the project at all. So it's, there's all kinds of, it's crazy. I don't know that I'd want to be in that industry having to get those approvals. It's like trying to sue someone. It's like trying to sue a billionaire.
Yeah.
'Cause you got the one legal side that can just afford to litigate you to death, to just keep it tied up until you can't do it anymore.
Yeah. It's become who's going to run out of money, who's going to run out of patience kind of a game. Yeah. I know. And you think about even without the federal red tape and the bureaucracy, oil extraction is probably cumbersome from the minute a geologist is hired to try to ascertain whether there's any kind of play underground. Then you drill exploratory wells. You say, we might have something here. And then you got to invest in infrastructure. And that's even before you've even done NEPA or any kind of environmental analysis and butted heads with the presidential administration in D.C. It is incredibly time-consuming, but Wyoming's good at one thing, and that's booming and busting. This state has always been able to react to either the boom or the bust pretty quickly. And it might be boom time now, I think. All right, I'm going to go fix my toilet paper holder, put it under, because Greg has got me convinced.
Oh, well,
it's the best way. Thanks,
my life has not been wasted.
No, you won me over with your arguments today. Thanks, Greg. Have a great Tuesday.
All right, thanks, Jake.
Greg Johnson, managing editor, Cowboy State Daily. Top of the hour news next. See you on the other side.
I do not have guns at home.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. At least 15 Union Pacific rail cars derailed Monday near Walcott Junction in central Carbon County, prompting responses from law enforcement, the railroad, and the local power cooperative. At least 3 of the derailed cars were tankers, according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
Scanner traffic said, and officials later confirmed there were 2 trains involved, and about 15 to 20 cars derailed. At least 3 of those were tankers. Our correspondent on scene said that there was actually like a propane heater that got hit and was leaking. So originally the concerns were, whoa, we smell propane. Do we have a propane tanker leaking? Let's get some power shut off. The fire chief on scene said to our correspondent, it looks like there was a heater hit, and that's where that odor is coming from.
Officials say there were no injuries and the incident is under investigation. People born and raised in Wyoming who move to other states must pay expensive non-resident tag fees to come back to hunt. Non-resident hunting tags in Wyoming can be difficult to draw and are considerably more expensive than resident tags. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that legislators are considering lower-priced non-resident native hunting tags for them.
Up north across the straight line to Montana, they have what they call their Come Home to Hunt program, which kind of offers, they're not as low as resident tag fees, but they're lower than the typical non-resident tag fees. Representative J.D. Williams kind of took up the cause, and so they're kind of pushing for a similar program here in Wyoming so we can encourage more of our native people who grew up and then moved to other states to come back here to hunt, where it's not costing an arm and a leg to pay for non-resident tags.
Williams told Cowboy State Daily that he might sponsor a bill calling for Wyoming non-resident native hunting tags. However, he'd rather the bill be sponsored by Travel and Tourism. Committee-sponsored bills typically move faster and have better chances of passing than individually sponsored bills. On December 21, 1866, a group of infantry, cavalry, and civilians under the command of Captain William Fetterman were wiped out after riding and marching into a trap sprung by more than 1,500 Lakota Sioux, Northern Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors in what is now Sheridan County, Wyoming. For more than 130 years, Fetterman was painted as an arrogant buffoon who directly disobeyed orders and ran over a ridge to his death. But Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that new research by a Wyoming historian is painting a different picture of the Civil War hero, and the story will be featured on History Channel's latest docuseries, Kevin Costner's The West.
What has happened in recent years over the last 20 is that people have been digging up these first-person accounts and revealing Fetterman for who he really was. And that was an obedient soldier, loved by his men, and compassionate, and aware that the Native Americans were a worthy opponent.
The story of Fetterman will air later this month and will debunk the myth that he was a callous, disobedient officer, and will share the story of how the Fetterman fight helped shape the West. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A strawberry moon rises over Wyoming this evening, and when it does, it will be at its lowest point in a 37-year span. The full moon this month will rise only 21 degrees above the horizon in the southeast sky, which is about as low as it can go over the Cowboy State. That's not unusual for this time of year, but Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a full moon this low hanging only happens once every few decades.
Typically during the summer, the moon is lower in the sky anyway, just because of the peculiarities of the lunar cycle and the way the moon orbits the Earth. When it rises on Tuesday night, it's going to be at its lowest point that it's been since 2006, and it's not going to be this low in the sky again until 2043. So as the moon rises on Tuesday night, it could shine through the atmosphere and have a really deep red hue. So it might look like a strawberry moon.
The full moon of June is called the strawberry moon because it's allegedly when wild strawberries start to ripen. Wyomingites can expect to see the strawberry moon rise around 7:40 p.m. on Tuesday, reach its highest point right after midnight, and set at 4:26 a.m. Wednesday. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Cowboy State Daily Show and Jake blowing your speakers up. Go ahead, pump the volume. Especially if you're riding around in your pickup truck. I don't know. Claire McFarland's story about the ongoing lawsuit. This is over the sorority that allowed a transgender member to join. And some of the sisters, is that what you call the members of a sorority? You're all sisters, right? Some of the sisters weren't down with it. In fact, there were 7 sisters who say cried foul over the sorority Kappa Kappa Gamma allowing Artemis, what is the name? Artemis Langford into the club, into the sorority. Artemis Langford is biologically male, from what I understand. I also learned more about Artemis, the transgender. Artemis is also on the spectrum and probably does not think or act like the majority of us, let's say. He or she, depending on how you want to classify Artemis, is autistic, and that may lead to some of the discomfort in the sorority house. I'm reading other articles, other online stuff, and outside stuff from the Cowboy State Daily coverage from Claire McFarland. She centers on the law of it, the lawsuit, but I wanted to learn more about kind of what was going on in the house, because all I heard were the 7 girls who originally signed up to be in the lawsuit that lawyered up, the 7 women of those, once a judge says, if you want to sue over this, you're going to have to disclose who you are. You can't hide under anonymity. And then one of the original 7 dropped out when she heard that. And now you're down to 6. Those 6 are now down to 3 because this lawsuit's just been ongoing since 2022 is when Kappa Kappa Gamma allowed Artemis Langford into the sorority. The lawsuit, the women lost the lawsuit. It was lost in 2023. District Court Judge Alan B. Johnson dismissed their case by citing case law giving private organizations, of which Kappa Kappa Gamma was considered one, the right to dictate terms of their own membership. They can allow or disallow. They can do whatever they want if you're a sorority, Kappa Kappa Gamma. But there was something in the, as only Claire can explain, there was something in this ruling which allowed not for an appeal, but for a bring back of the whole lawsuit if you kind of tweaked it. So our friend Cassie Craven got to work along with, she's partnered up with someone else in a law firm bringing the suit. They got to work and brought back the lawsuit in a slightly different way. Wyoming-based attorneys John Nepper and Casey Craven brought back to the lawsuit, but now they're down to 3. Well, 3 is enough, I guess. Hannah Holtmeyer, Allie Kogan, and Haley Rutsch have hung on. They're the three of the original plaintiffs. Meanwhile, the judge, Johnson, said the women bringing the lawsuit have to be identified by name, which I just said scared off one of the plaintiffs. Yet, the judge also said, from here on, we will refer to the transgender person as just she, no name. And he said, let's stop using the name. And I thought that was unusual. Claire McFarland will be on the show tomorrow. We'll ask her if she thought that was unusual. She made that distinction in the story, so I would imagine it occurred to her that she should include that in the story. The complaint calls Langford simply the student while identifying the plaintiffs by name. I thought that was a little bit interesting. And I thought it was also interesting to learn more about Artemis Langford. No intent to, demonize anybody, make anybody a victim, make anybody anything but what they are. Artemis Langford is a biological male, at least born that way. I don't know to what degree Artemis has attempted to alter his body, but I'm understanding he still has the boy parts. And, the autism has added to the uncomfortableness, if that's a word. The women in the sorority are bringing the suit because, it comes down to just cohabitating with a man in a sorority, even though the man wears dresses. And they said there were times where it felt like he was staring at them. It felt like Artemis, he or she, was acting, weird around them, asking them questions about bra sizes and whether they would get breast reduction, what it was like to have a vagina. Okay. And it's just uncomfortable kind of cohabitate. It gets weird. And some of the weirdness may have been magnified by the fact that Artemis is autistic. So yeah, that doesn't help. Autistic and trying to identify as a gender other than what he or she was born as. So it gets really messy. But the lawsuit ongoing, and Claire McFarland following it. It's in the Cowboy State Daily. Other news we're looking at, those LA ICE riots. Is it really about immigration? I don't know. Greg and I discussed earlier in the show that it just seems like any chance to get rowdy, and the LA underground is going to get rowdy. Whether that's Mexican nationals, illegal immigrants, white dudes identifying with the plight of immigrants, or anybody else. I'm looking at a photo from downtown LA, and it appears to be mostly Mexicans waving the Mexican flag and just burning stuff, looting stuff, and getting rowdy. I don't know how much it's about ICE anymore. Sean Barry writes the story, not necessarily on what is going on with the LA riots, which I think we know, reading nationwide news, national news, that President Trump has ordered troops to head to the area to assist LAPD. Of course, Governor Newsom in California says troops are not necessary, doesn't want to see them there. Meanwhile, there's been 5 injuries reported in the Los Angeles Police Department. This is obviously something that would overwhelm a police department. I think on any given day, LAPD is stretched to the limit of what they can respond to in the Los Angeles area. This violence has gone on for days. Los Angeles television station KTLA reported 5 LAPD officers hurt on Monday alone. Arrests have numbered in the dozens, torched cars, looted stores. It's like a war zone, man. I think it's time for the troops. Whether Governor Newsom thinks his local cops can handle it or not, I think it's time for the troops. Trump has set them in, but Sean Barry's story centers more on what is it going to mean for the big, beautiful bill. I don't know. Only Sean can tie those two things together, I guess. But he said it is certainly taking the focus away from the big, beautiful act as it enters its second week. By the way, the progress of that bill, it passed in May in the House by the narrowest of margins, 215 to 214. You got a couple of Republicans that did not vote and another that abstained by voting present, but that's through the House by 1 vote. Expected to get through the Senate, probably. It would need the big, beautiful bill would need 51 votes to get through the Senate because the measure not subject to the 60-vote filibuster-proof threshold. Democrats have uniformly condemned the bill, but at this point, the numbers would indicate they cannot block it. The GOP holds a 53-47 edge in the Senate, so one would have to assume this bill is going to go through sooner or later. But right now, all eyes on L.A. and what's going on there. And a quote from Representative Harriet Hageman, who doesn't like what she's seeing over there. Senator Cynthia Lummis doesn't like what she's seeing in L.A. Lummis said Republicans are putting America first. Democrats are standing with rioters who burn the American flag. Are you paying attention? Senator Lummis posted on X yesterday. Interesting. U.S. Representative Harriet Hageman also posted on X yesterday. She said the riots in California targeting ICE are a direct attack on law and order. We must put the safety of American citizens first and stop the left from prioritizing criminals. The words of your House Rep, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. U.S. Senate Republican Whip John Barrasso also chimed in, and he said Democrats did nothing to stop violent rioters from assaulting law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line and keep us safe. Democrats are the party of chaos. And Republicans will make our cities sanctuaries of safety, not dens of crime and chaos. Good quote from Senator Barrasso. So, yeah, LA riots kind of taken front and center focus from many of the D.C. lawmakers as that continues to be an issue in Los Angeles and holding up the vote of the Senate vote of the big, beautiful bill, which is expected to move through. We're expecting to see a big low. How low can you go full moon? Andrew Rossi has a story about Tuesday's full moon. It'll be tonight is when it'll be officially full, tonight, midnight. So-called strawberry moon. But the significance of this full moon is it's going to be lower in the sky than it's been in a long time. It'll be its lowest spot in a 37-year span. Won't be this low again until the year 2043, the strawberry moon, which could have a tint of strawberry color to it or reddish tint. But it's the lowness that Andrew Rossi points out. How low can you go? Let's 1 degrees above the horizon in the southeast sky, which is about as low as it can go over the Cowboy state. Andrew Rossi has a story of the strawberry moon at its lowest point since 2006. Won't be this low again till 2043. Low-hanging fruit? Yeah, kind of. It's the strawberry moon, so named for allegedly the full moon that comes up when wild strawberries begin to ripen. The informal name that drives Don Day crazy. Whenever I say the moon, this full moon's the strawberry moon. Don's like, where do you get that from? Like, I don't know. Don Day, by the way, just texted he's not going to be able to join us. He's on the road doing something. But yeah, so we'll skip Don Day. I'm going to take a quick commercial break here, and we'll be back with special guest. Who do we have? Geringer, right? Rob Geringer. Yeah. This will be interesting what we're going to talk about. Politics today. Oh, politics today. Yes, you can smack your forehead now. Rob is going to kind of set it all straight for us right after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Tuesday, June 10. Into the room, into the discussion is your House Rep, Rob Geringer. Geringer or Geringer? Geringer.
Yep.
Very good. You're joining us via Zoom using the... I always get my vertical... Using the vertical orientation, which makes you look skinnier. You're looking good, Rob. No, you can. There you are.
I can go that way too.
That's good too.
Okay.
Hey, any way we can get you, man. Rob Geringer represents House District 42 out of Cheyenne. This guy grew up in Wheatland on a family farm. Graduated from Wheatland High. Go Bulldogs!
You betcha.
And your article, your opinion piece, your guest column is so good. Oh my, it's so needed right now in politics, both at the national level and unfortunately in Wyoming. Before we dig into that, how's the job going? How's it going in Cheyenne? How was the session down there? What were your takeaways?
You know, it was really interesting. So I grew up in a political family, and there's the perspective of being the family member and watching it happen versus being right in the middle of it, and in between, watching from the outside, seeing all of the dynamics that are going on and the things that you hear about, and yet being in the middle of it. Some of it is confirmed, and some of it is a little bit different than what was expected, I guess. And so it's really been a learning experience and a great experience to be able to bring another voice into the legislature, into the discussion, and really try to work with folks in getting things done.
I asked this of almost every lawmaker that's down in Cheyenne, whether they have perspective or not, whether it's your first year or your fourth year. There was a time when Wyoming legislature was held in esteem. Like, this is how you do it. This is the model. We did it fast. It wasn't a job. It wasn't a career. It was just, making laws. There wasn't a whole lot of outside lobbying and PACs, and we did it civilly. And I'm afraid things are deteriorating, and we'll get into that with your article, but do you have any perspective to be able to gauge that? I mean, how did you find it? Like, we still got a pretty good session, still have a good legislature?
I think overall we do, and especially when you compare it to maybe some other states, and the fact that we are a citizen legislature. Yeah, we're packing it all in, and the speed is intense, and just everything about it is intense. But I do think that there is a certain level of respect from a lot of folks, whether they're inside or talking to us from the outside as well. There is people want that. People do, I think, want to see that we're operating and treating each other like adults. But I do think that it has changed over time, and I think part of that is due to just the connectedness that we really have right now with social media, with the speed of news, with 24-hour news, just being ramping that intensity up, and the feedback loop is that much quicker as well.
I'd like to think Wyoming can be the exception to what we see play out in D.C., but you see some of the things start creeping into Wyoming that have been problematic across the nation. You recognize it in your piece, which is fantastic. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily guest column from Rob Gehringer. Factional politics in Wyoming. What is factional politics? It's the ability to discourse and dialogue using two ears, priority over one mouth. And I love this line. I just have to read it, Rob. This is Rob writing in his column. In recent years, we've seen an increase in political behavior that prioritizes loyalty over thoughtfulness. Dissent is treated as betrayal. Policy positions are judged not on merit, but on whether they came from the correct faction. We wrap ourselves in a party cloak, and man, if you better march that line in it, you're not allowed to have a different opinion. It's just terrible. I'm glad you pointed that out, Rob.
Yeah, well, there is that problem that we have, and there is factionalism is a byproduct just of liberty in itself. As Madison pointed out, I mentioned that in my piece. When we have the liberty, when we have the freedom to espouse our ideas and to talk about these different issues, we do tend to group up, and we do tend to have a little bit of tribalism. The problem is when that translates or gets so powerful that we do require that ideological litmus test, if you will, in order to continue on before people will even listen to us. That's when I think it breaks down. We can have great discussions with people that are 180 degrees view from us, and be able to have that discourse is, I think, the way that we get to good solutions, to be able to say, hey, I hadn't considered that. Even though you have a completely different perspective, it really impacts the way in our discussion here, what we how we can arrive at the right solution. Maybe I haven't considered something that is would change the way I think. Maybe I'm going to be stuck where I'm at, but at least we're having that discourse and not resulting into the name calling and you're not true pure blood here.
Yeah. It's to me, it's not dissimilar to a lot of things you can point at that were just not our greatest moments, whether it's McCarthyism, Nazism. I mean, there's safety in numbers. There's a feeling of, you better be with the group or you're going to get run over. And yeah, it's just weird. And what it leads to, I think, and you alluded to this in your piece, is sometimes you get bills that are written more to make a point than to make a difference. You wrote that. They might win attention, but they don't solve problems. So many times in this last session, I would see a bill and I'm thinking, this is a solution in search of the problem. It just feels like posturing and strutting. Is this bill necessary? I saw it. You saw it.
Absolutely. Yeah. In fact, one distinct example jumps into my mind, and I actually during the session I wrote another article on it, and that was the bill that would prohibit the sale of land to the federal government, and which in concept, as a conservative, we don't like too much interference from federal government. So at the high level, that sounds like there might be an idea there, but the mechanics of it, getting into it, you realize that private property rights are being stomped on in that case. And so that kind of bill was, just to your point, hey, let's throw something out there that this is, let's rally behind this, but yet it still has a big flaw in it, in that it stomps on somebody else's rights.
That's a good point, because look what it looks like from the outside, from the casual observer. If Representative Geringer were to vote no on something like this, it looks like it's sending the wrong message. Yet one of your campaign platforms, you said, we are clearly a conservative state that could set the tone for pushing back on federal infringement. So you're ready to lead the charge with Wyoming against D.C. when they try to big brother everybody. And I mean, that's what you're all about. So a bill like this comes along and you think he's got to be the sponsor of this. No, Rob Geringer actually read it and said, I got problems with this. And you're not allowed to do that in today's politics, and that's kind of what you're writing about. Like,
sure, and to further expand on that just a little bit. So when the bill is proposed, when any bill is proposed, that gives us the opportunity to have more of that dialogue, to say, what's wrong with this? Maybe consider this point, and work to make changes on it. And so that's something that we should all do. That's something I tried to do with that particular bill. Let's amend it. Let's take that little piece out, change a little bit of language here, and all of a sudden it becomes a good bill. And yet, if we just shut out the discourse on it, if we say, no, this is not, you just got to pay attention to the overlying principle here, that's it. And if you don't, you're no longer considered, place a label on it. And that becomes the problem.
Yeah, and like you write, James Madison saw it coming. He called it factionism, warned against it, and said, it's probably inherent in, when you're running a democracy like this. But hey, what are you from the last session? It was busy. There was a lot of stuff. What are you most proud of that came out of that?
What am I most proud of? I think it's not necessarily a policy thing. It kind of goes to the point of all of this conversation, and that is bringing a voice to the legislature that is not set in one particular way of doing things. I certainly have my principles, my values that I come in with, and I didn't compromise. And yet, being able to have that discussion and break down some walls in some cases, and be able to work with some folks. So it's like I said, not necessarily a policy issue, but being able to come in as who I ran to be, and be able to apply that in that situation.
I like that. I like that in my politicians. You got to run as blue or red. I get that. So we get a general sense of who Representative Geringer is. He's running red, but I like to know that, that's not your sole determinant. You're going to sit down and figure stuff out. You're going to read bills. You're going to listen. This guy, Rob Geringer, wrote, listening breeds understanding. It makes for a more meaningful deliberation. Listening is not weakness, it's wisdom. Strong words from Representative Geringer.
Well, I appreciate that. That's part of what, we're all raised with certain values. And that's certainly something that I grew up with, is being able to listen to folks and not show it, not portray that as a weakness, but that's really the wisdom, and is considering other folks.
You seem like a very sensible politician to me, not part of this rowdy kids table in the House that the governor alluded to. What do you got planned for the future? I mean, I'm sure, I don't want to rush you, but I love the work you're doing in the House, Senate run, anything else you think down the line?
At this point, it's we've got another session to go through, a budget session, which I think is going to be pretty interesting to wade our way through, and with changes in leadership and how the approach might be. And so I think let's get through that first, and then we'll talk about what the future might bring.
Yeah. All right. Well, I appreciate you being on the show. We got to make it a regular habit.
You bet. That sounds good. I appreciate you. Thanks, Jake.
Thanks for the article in the Cowboy State Daily. That is stuff that needed to be said. And I think a lot of people think along that line, but they're also afraid to speak out. Like, oh, is this anti-party? No, man, it's America. It's politics, and it's whatever's best for Wyoming, right?
That's right. That's right.
Thanks, man. Have a great Tuesday.
You too. Take care.
Representative Geringer, he represents Cheyenne, House District 4-2. And good discussion. Go read the article, guest column, Factional Politics in Wyoming. It's in the Cowboy State Daily, a fantastic guest column. And to me, it really sums up what's going on in politics today in Wyoming and in the U.S. And it's not our finest moment. We got to guard against factionalism. It's great to be a party person and toe the party line, but not to the point where you're ready to get in goose step with the rest of the Nazis and you're ready to call everybody communists who don't believe the way you do. And there's been many examples where that kind of group set mindset has been dangerous. You got to be an individual and you got to listen and dialogue and discourse. That's what's important. Do a little filibustering, too, while you're at it. We got to take a little break. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit FathersIncorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. We're back. Jake with you on a Tuesday. Jackie Dorothy will be joining us in a moment, and we're going to talk about something I'm surprised to read because maybe I am misinformed like most of us when we're talking about the Fetterman fight, a famous 1866 dust-up between U.S. cavalry and insurgent Native Americans, not the first and not the last, one of many, one of the earlier skirmishes, and in fact, a massacre and a big win, if you want to call it win, for the Indians. And there's many who don't know much more about the incident, which happened December 21st, 1866, when a group of infantry, cavalry, and civilians under the command of Captain William Fetterman were wiped out after riding and marching into a trap sprung by more than 1,500 Lakota Sioux, Northern Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors. And most people just know of the Fetterman massacre and not much more than that. Like it was on a scale, a little bit of a smaller scale to the Battle of the Little Bighorn. It was one of those black eyes for the cavalry, one of the losses for the white guys, and one of the wins for Native Americans. And it didn't have to happen if you're a historian and you follow history and you learn about Captain William Fetterman. And the common believed narrative is Fetterman was acting outside of command, taking upon himself, doing a little personal vengeance kind of thing, and was advised, told outright, in fact, ordered, do not chase the Indians. And in this incident on December 21st, 1866, all I knew of it, all I've researched on it is Fetterman disregarded commands and foolishly ran after a band of Indians, falling right into the trap of 1,500 Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho. And it was Fetterman's blunder that led to the massacre. Well, that might not be the narrative, according to this story from Jackie Dorothy. I'm excited to get her into the Zoom room, into the discussion, and she'll talk about what she learned from talking to a historian in Wyoming. Jackie, we're talking about this Fetterman massacre. Everything I have read, and it's been more than one source, 2 or 3 sources, everything I know of the Fetterman massacre, and I just described the background for our listeners, is Captain Fetterman kind of arrogantly, foolishly pursued Indians, falling right into a trap, and therefore the massacre at the hands of Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho. But there might be a different narrative.
That's exactly what I was looking into. And I first heard this story actually back in 2014 when I met Shannon Smith. And she started talking about that 80, give me 80 men and I can run through the Sioux Nation was actually a myth. And they could not find any records until after his death when it showed up.
It's not only that for me. This book, by the way, the quote attributed to Fetterman was, "Give me 80 men, and yeah, I'll end this whole this whole war with Indian wars." Yeah, I don't know if there was arrogance there, but I have read incidents where Fetterman just made some poor decisions for whatever reason, but I don't know. Shannon Smith, she's got a different take. What was she using? What did she uncover? And she published a book about it.
Yes, she would actually be someone great to have on your show because
Yeah.
her passion just shines through for the truth. And so what she uncovered is that it was actually a and I'm going to slaughter his name, but it was a Grammond or something like that.
Yeah.
That he was the brash one. He was the one that went over the ridge, and Fetterman had to follow him because he heard the sounds of battle. And that was the true story of how it happened. He wasn't insubordinate. He was respected by his men. And he was just an orphan guy that survived the Civil War. He had like 10,000 men under his command during the Civil War. So you're starting to see this new picture emerge of who Fetterman was. And this just started happening about 20 years ago when people stopped just listening to one source. And these wives weren't being malicious. That was one of the things Shannon wanted to really put out there, is that they were protecting their husbands. The second wife, her husband was Drummond, the lieutenant that ran over the ridge. So she really wanted to protect his reputation. Her second husband was Carrington, the colonel who was being unjustly maligned and blamed for the incident. So they were all trying to scramble, save their reputations, and who better to blame than the dead men that had nobody to defend themselves and who had no one to talk about what really happened. These two women were not on the battlefield, but they were at the fort when all of this went down.
Interesting. First person accounts and new information uncovered by former Wyoming Humanities Director Shannon Smith, who has written a book about it, The Fetterman Fight, or the Fetterman Massacre, known to the American Indians as the Battle of the 100 Slain. Yeah, it's an interesting new take. Now, tell me the connection or what's going on with Kevin Costner. How does he play in?
That's exactly why we're covering the story right now, is because the end of July, the last Monday in July, mark your calendars, the History Channel will be running a special program on Kevin Costner's The West. And he says this is the true West. And so they really wanted to portray the stories the way they were. And the quote that I used from Kevin just kind of grabbed my attention. And it was because he said that everything was so tragic, that these stories had sad endings, not the happy endings you'd expect. I mean, Fetterman died. All these men died. And I know that on our Sioux tradition and the Arapaho tradition, we lost even more Indians during that time. Our tribal members perished during that same battle. We just so happen to have more than they did at that point.
Yeah. And, it's also easy to get caught up in saying who won, who lost, but let's just remember, we all lost. The Red Cloud Wars, all that stuff. I mean, it was just a terrible time. You'd want to forget that part of history, but if you don't forget it, you got to at least get it right. I think that's important to, make sure somebody's name isn't besmirched, and make sure we get history right. Kevin Costner is all about that. Shannon Smith is about getting truth out there. Yeah, interesting, because I was under also the Fetterman impression, but you're right. I have heard of the Drummond, if that's correct. Yeah,
I think that sounds better. I think you got it.
Yeah, I have heard that as well. So maybe I got to brush up on my history, but Shannon would be great to have on the show. Wouldn't that be interesting?
We'll make sure she gets on there. She's a ball of fire, so make sure you have enough time because when she starts talking about it. And what was really fun is she was saying that she always, being a historian, you talk about the past. And so you're talking about it in past tense. But for this documentary, she had to talk about it as if it was just as it was happening because they did the reenactments. She said that was the hardest part. So she's curious to see how she comes across. She says, I might be a little intense because she was concentrating so hard on saying they were running instead of they ran.
Yeah.
Well,
which
think
I
about
like.
that.
I like that choice. I don't know if that's Costner or his people, but I like that choice to put it in the active narrative because it makes it seem, like it's happening, more exciting anyway. But yeah, it might have been hard for a historian who's always talked about they did, and yeah.
I will have to tell you that I'm personally really want to look at all sides of this story because I was just talking to one of my relatives and he said that on our Sioux side, we're descended from Crazy Horse and Red Cloud. So it's like, well, I want their story to be told as well. And in the research, I did uncover some books that were told about this battle from the Native American perspective as well.
Yes, and I've tried.
And they're the actual eyewitnesses.
Right. And I've tried to read those as well and understand their perspective. And, when you look at it from the Sioux, they had been pushed westward for decades. I mean, this is a nation that was originally in the Midwest. I mean, they were like Minnesota. They kept getting pushed and pushed and pushed until finally they're like, this last stand, man. This is buffalo ground. We've had it. Promises were made and reneged on. That's for real, like the treaties. And yeah, I could see their frustration.
I think they showed up in the Black Hills either the late 1700s or early 1800s. I know the Arapaho were pushed through first. The what was it? I'm trying to remember what they were called now. Now all the tribe names fade me, but I know that they chased out the Utes and the others. And it's just a really interesting how you watch that westward expansion, how it started in the 1700s when these tribes started moving in.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a fun history on all perspectives, on all sides. And to think that this story of Fetterman was shaped by two Victorian general wives that, you don't dispute. You don't say, well, no, they're telling that they got it wrong. You don't say that.
Right. Right. That's interesting story. If you want to learn more, read the story and then settle in for the actual documentary Kevin Costner series.
Grab your popcorn. We'll have to make a movie night.
Sure enough.
She did say that the Johnson Wars will be also featured. And so she was curious to see how that is. So Wyoming is figuring big in his West series.
What a time to be alive. You might have to have your head on a swivel. It was dangerous times, but man, the 1860s, 70s, 80s, when Wyoming was still territory coming into being a state, it was maybe not the most safe time to be a Wyomingite, but it'd be incredible to experience that. Damn.
I think we're alive in exciting times too. New territory and new lands. You think about it. The way things are changing, the way things changed back then, as you brought in technology, now look at us with AI, the new frontier, space, all of that. I mean, really, it's kind of a scary but exciting time to be alive too during this time. The adventures that can be had.
I'll take my Henry repeating rifle and my mule, and I'm going back.
Oh, if you want to go back, so Thursday, I am heading to shooting camp. I am going to be with a bunch of 4-H kids, and we have muzzle loaders, 22s, and all sorts of fun stuff that we're going to be doing in the mountains in the Shoshone National Forest. So I'm going back to the old times, but
good for
with
you.
A bunch of kids.
I like it.
That's
I'm jealous.
Wyoming all the way, right?
That is true. That is real Wyoming. So is this guy. I'm so glad you wrote this. A lot of people were mentioning this on socials and Facebook. Hall of Fame bronc rider Bill Cody Smith, remembered as a rodeo legend, passed away at age 83. He was a legend.
I was just talking to a friend of mine, Jill Logan, and her memories of him were just, it was added so much to who he was. So I was honored that I was able to do the story and to showcase him and to remember who he was. He wanted to be remembered for his rodeo days, and that's what everyone's remembering.
Yeah.
He was a champion.
I when I didn't even learn of his passing yet, I had people contact me saying, "Are you going to write something about this?" And I'm like, "Wow, I didn't even know." And sure enough, you got on it, Jackie. Thank you. That had to be done. And yeah, check it out. The story of Hall of Fame bronc rider Cody Smith.
I know. Did you know him then?
No, I knew of him. I mean, just a legend.
Exactly. You knew of him.
Yep.
He had the reputation, Cody Night Rodeo. I mean, from the time he was a teenager in the 60s and 70s. And when he hung up his hat, people still remembered, and he kept with the horses.
Yeah, well, we got to get to a Pet Cemetery, not Stephen King's novel, and we got to get to other stuff next time we see you, Jackie, Thursday. Yeah?
Sounds good. And then I'm off to shooting camp.
Be careful. And that sounds like fun. I like it.
It'll be the safest place in Wyoming.
Okay. Thanks. Have a great Tuesday.
Thanks.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Jackie Dorothy with a couple of stories you got to read. Catch up with a legend, rodeo legend, Cody Smith. Left us at age 83, but never really is going to leave us. We'll always remember that guy. And history rewritten. Maybe Shannon Smith has a different take on the Fetterman fight. And maybe it wasn't Fetterman who blundered into the trap. He gets a bad rap. Kevin Costner will have a documentary series that you should check out. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. 3 women renewed their lawsuit against a sorority Monday over a transgender member allowed in its Wyoming chapter. The civil lawsuit of a handful of Kappa Kappa Gamma members suing sorority leadership over the induction of the transgender member was filed as a proposed action Monday, with just 3 of the original 7 plaintiffs remaining, according to Crime and Courts reporter Claire McFarland.
The women who are suing Kappa Kappa Gamma, saying it breached contract, broke good faith to induct a transgender member back in 2022, they repackaged their lawsuit. And we kind of knew that was coming because they lost, and then the appeals court said, this doesn't look like it's in our court yet. You need to try refiling with the lower court. But the original 7 dwindled down to 6, is now at 3. So there's 3 women left fighting this lawsuit that's just been a saga here in Wyoming.
The lawsuit raises a question of how involved, if at all, University of Wyoming officials were in the transgender students' induction. The university has said it was not involved at all. The Los Angeles rioting over ICE raids has deepened political divisions on Capitol Hill, where the Senate on Monday resumed work on the massive budget bill known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The bill has dominated senators' time as of late, but Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports that the riots have opened a new partisan battlefront.
The major story on Capitol Hill is how the Senate's going to get through the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, a giant package of tax cuts, spending measures. But this rioting out in L.A. has certainly gotten the attention of Wyoming's members of Congress. Wyoming's members of Congress have seized on the rioting in California to try to draw a distinction between the 2 political parties. Basically, the Republicans are saying, hey, we're the party of law and order. We're the party of getting tough on immigration. This sort of thing does not happen on our watch.
The violence has gone on for days. 5 Los Angeles Police Department officers were reported hurt on Monday. Arrests have numbered in the dozens amid torched cars and looted stores. The Trump administration is pushing to move ahead with granting approvals for a 5,000-well oil and gas project in Converse County. Despite a previous court order halting permitting for the project, which was approved in December 2020 under the first Trump administration, Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the Bureau of Land Management has found no significant new impacts to groundwater resources, opening the door for the project to move forward.
One interesting point made to me by a county commissioner in Converse County is that this is a huge deal for the local industry, but you're not necessarily going to see more rigs or as many rigs as predicted because the process started so long ago. The technology has changed. And so maybe where you once had to put 3 rigs, you might just put 1 because of what's called lateral drilling. There's a lot of new circumstances to consider because it's taken so long to get this moving. They're going to start reassessing based on the current technology.
According to the BLM, the project could generate between $18 billion and $28 billion in federal revenues and create roughly 8,000 jobs. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Well, for many locals, Shell Falls has been a must-stop when driving over the Bighorn Mountains on U.S. Highway 14. The falls are gorgeous any time of year, but June is when they get truly beautiful. However, anyone looking forward to a stop at the Shell Falls Interpretive Center east of Grable will be in for an unwelcome surprise. The falls are closed, according to Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean, and will be for the next 2 years.
If you're driving between Cody and Sheridan, it makes the ideal rest stop. You can stretch your legs, go look at the falls, enjoy a little nature, and then head back on your way. But not for 2 years. They are fixing some power issues so that the bathrooms will work again. They're going to fix it, but it's going to be closed up to 2 years while they do that. It's definitely a big tourist attraction. Usually the parking lot is jam-packed with tour buses and tourists stopping along the way. So this favorite site will not be open for that for a couple of years.
That makes the now second major attraction closed in the Bighorns, as Crazy Woman Canyon on Highway 16 was unexpectedly closed this year for bridge replacements. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Special bonus Kevin Meyer from Douglas. At least
Good morning, Jake. How are you?
Earlier, Kevin. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. I can't complain. The grass is green, the sun is shining, and the temperatures are starting to rise.
You got like 88 today or something. You're going to get warm in Douglas.
Yeah. At least this year it's kind of coming on slow. We had a really pleasant weekend, but there's been plenty of years where we go from 45 to 95 in about 2 days.
Dang. I couldn't do that. I could not adjust to that. I need the mountain. I need to still know that it might snow anytime, like next week.
Yeah.
That's fun.
A few years ago, I had a kid from Louisiana working for me. Or I guess he would correct me. It's Louisiana. Not Louisiana.
Yeah.
And he had never seen snow falling from the sky. He'd seen it on the ground, but he'd never seen it fall from the sky. And we just received a bunch of yearlings, and we were trailing them to their pasture, and it started snowing. And he looked over at me and goes, "Boss man, this just ain't right." And I said, "What? You wanted to see snow falling from the sky?" He said, "Boss man, it's June 7th.
June 7th. Snow. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's nice to live in a place that you can get a winter storm warning all 12 months out of the year.
Yeah. Where were you on July 4th when it snowed? I was working a ranch in Colorado. It snowed. And I heard it snowed up here in Wyoming.
Yeah, I was working at Coulter Bay up there in Teton Park. And in fact, we were doing our kind of breakfast ride where we took people out and then fed them some gross pancakes and some real strong coffee.
Yeah.
And it started snowing, and those are those big, wet spring flakes. And I had all the little kids on the trail ride singing Christmas carols and just trying to keep them from realizing how cold their hands were.
Yeah, I think we canceled all our rides that day. We offered them half-heartedly. We're like, anybody want to go? And man, nope.
And then spent 5 minutes describing exactly how cold and miserable it was going to be.
Right. Like, yeah. Anybody for that 4-hour ride? Nope. No takers. Yeah, that was crazy. That was, yeah. We just shivered in the bunkhouse. Snow on 4th of July. That was a while ago. So did you know, you knew of, or did you know Cody Smith, rodeo legend?
Oh, absolutely. I helped him and his wife, Carol, put on their horse sale a couple times, and I actually rode a few horses for him. And his wife and nephew, they used to come to a couple of my clinics. But yeah, I had many really enjoyable evenings sitting around his kitchen table, hearing about rodeo stories and talking horses. And yeah, he was an absolute authentic legend.
Yeah. Sad to see him go. We're losing, some of the greats that you just don't replace. Is there the next generation of guys like this? I don't know.
Well, the next generation is going to be different. There's still going to be, legendary rodeo hands, but like the quote in the story said, and Bill had told me this in private, just sitting with him. He said, I rode bucking horses because I loved to ride bucking horses. It was never about the money. It was never about making a living. And now that's what these guys are doing is they're doing it to make a living, and they're approaching it like it's a job. They're approaching it like athletes. Whereas that generation where he was with, it was more just they were entertaining themselves.
Yeah, that's true. That has shifted, and rodeo's become a sport. It's become a business, and it really is. I mean, it's still in a sense tied to some of those old ranch chores. And, once in a while you get on a bad one that pitches a fit, and who can ride them down? Like that was bragging rights. Now it's like guys in weight room and working the spur board, and it's become a real intricate business. But back in the day, yeah, it was all about, although there was some styling. I mean, Cody Smith did it with style, looking at some of these photos. But yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. But like, I think about they have the Justin healers that provide all the first aid for the rodeo hands now. They have a trailer out back of almost every major pro rodeo and PBR and things like that. But even a lot of smaller rodeos, they'll be there. And they'll go in, and guys will get taped up, or they'll get physical therapy and stuff like that. And during Bill's time, the closest thing they had to that is a tube of Butte in the jockey box of their pickup.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what was so crazy about Bill was he was so good at riding bucking horses, but he was equally talented at training horses. But he was a little bit like Peyton Manning or Tom Brady, one of those guys that works so hard on the game and it comes so natural to them that they really can't understand how somebody else might struggle with some of it. And I remember one time we were talking, and I was asking him for some help on a horse I was training, and he said, a colt can't buck you off, Kevin. And I said, well, Bill, I've seen him do it. I was there when it happened.
Right. Yeah. Tell that to the guy who's looking up at the colt. Yeah, although, and I've also seen rough stock guys not ride particularly well. I've seen rough stock guys rope, and their roping horse might throw them. But yeah, that saddle bronc won't.
There was, and I might get it wrong, so my apologies to him if he ever happens to hear this. I believe it was Bobby Del Vecchio. He was a bull rider from New Jersey, and he won a round at the NFR, and they went to put him on a horse to make his victory lap.
Oh,
He'd never ridden a horse, Jake. He was one of the best bull riders of his time or of any time, and he had never gotten on a horse. And he had a hard time making it around that arena.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's how specialized rodeo has become also. And there's a difference between riding a, bareback, for instance, and a bull riding. A complete different ride. Bull riding, you're way more up over the shoulders, up front on a bull. And bareback, you got to be behind, really laid back. It's different. It's way different. So I could see that.
It's amazing those multi-event guys that can, in one rodeo, ride a bareback horse and then ride a saddle bronc and then get on a bull, because those are three very specialized skills.
And we know the most challenging thing to do in a rodeo, especially in windy Wyoming, is being the one who carries the flag out to start the whole deal. You try that on a horse, it's never seen a flag above it, and the rodeo is on early.
Yeah, for a fact. I think there's been more than one bronc ride happen during the grand entry.
Yeah, and I admire the girls that usually do it, especially when they're trying to get a horse to stand still, like a big crowd. Somebody keeps trying to pop in my Zoom room here. Yeah, like a huge crowd. They're trying to get the horse to stand still for the national anthem has never taken longer than when you got one of them jigging ponies, and you can see her giving the same encouragement to her barrel raising horse. Quit messing around. Everybody's watching us.
Yeah.
That can't be fun. What's happening in the news? Is there any news come to Douglas?
Well, it sounds like there's going to be a lot coming to Douglas here pretty soon with the new oil contracts, huh?
Oh, yeah. Wait, are you guys Converse County?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Yeah, I guess you are. Yeah. Well, we're booming again as a state, I think. Out of the bust into the boom.
Well, it seems like that, with not just the energy, but it seems like we're also getting some of the tech is wanting to go, and if we get TikTok based out of here, if it gets bought, yeah, we might be the new popular spot to be, which is fine. It'll help our economy and keep us from having to get a state income tax. However, I do have faith in the good old Wyoming wind that you just mentioned, that might make some of those folks work remotely.
Yeah. That could be. But yeah, oil and gas, nuclear capital of the country. We're on the forefront of Bitcoin, stablecoin, cryptocurrency, which nobody understands except for a select few. Do you ever dabble in the Bitcoin? You don't sell horses using Bitcoin, do you?
Nope. No, that's way too far out of my purview. I don't understand anything about it, and I lose enough money by spending it without having to check my phone every day to see if Bitcoin is up or down. You see the commercials and hear the stories. I like that story a while back where when Bitcoin first started, the guy bought a pizza.
Oh, yeah.
With Bitcoin, and then that Bitcoin would now be worth, millions of dollars. Man, I bet that guy doesn't eat pizza anymore.
Expensive pizza. Yeah. Yeah. And then the sports guys that insist their contract that they be paid in Bitcoin look foolish at the time, but they're doing pretty well, I guess.
Yeah, at the time it really looked like that was a bad decision, but it's maybe getting more popular. But speaking of sports, did you see the fights last night with a little bit of hockey interspersed?
Oh yeah. Well, whenever hockey games get out of hand with the score, I watched the first two periods. I'm going for Edmonton, so I was kind of bummed to see them getting whooped by Florida. But once I saw the final score, I knew. I went back and looked at the box score and I saw that fight, penalties in the third period. Yeah, it got ugly, huh? Those teams don't like each other.
No, they don't. And you and I are on parallel life paths because after it went 3-1, I said, well, I'll just see the highlights tomorrow. Little did I know what the highlight was going to be. That was a pretty impressive little brouhaha.
Yeah, once I saw the final score, I thought, oh, I bet they mixed it up a little in the third period because they've been that way. This is the third game in the Stanley Cup Finals, and every game you've had select players, and when you got Kachuk and the Rat on one side, and you got Bennett, and you got rabble rousers all over the place, and yeah, stakes are high. We're going back to Canada, though.
Right? Yeah, that'll be pretty interesting. That Edmonton crowd, they're pretty raucous. That's a pretty loud arena, from what I've heard.
Hockey just doesn't belong in Florida. It doesn't seem right.
What, you're telling me, as a former hockey player yourself, that when you think hockey, you don't think South Beach?
Nah, does not jump to mind.
Well, and I've been rooting for Edmonton in this series as well, just because the champion of hockey needs to be from Canada every once in a while, or maybe, Detroit, or, the Rockies, or the Avalanche. I'm obviously an Avalanche fan from being close to them, but since 1995, or was it 93 is the last time a Canadian team won the Cup?
Yeah, my Montreal Canadiens, 93-4. Yeah, been a while.
Yeah, that's too long. That's too long. They need to pull it out this year.
Mm-hmm. All right, I got to figure out what... I've moved my schedule around. You shouldn't be here.
You know how many times I've heard that in my life?
You should not be here. This should not be happening, Kevin. We're talking to Kevin Meyer, our resident cowboy, making horse sense of the world on the Cowboy State Daily Show. And yeah, I mixed up my schedule, so I had to move you here. Mark Hines has been trying to join in, and I got to move him somewhere because I got Father Nathan Castle coming in next, I think. Who knows at this point if I got it straight. But yeah, I'm a little mixed up this Tuesday, but thanks for bearing with us, Kevin.
Hey, no problem. I'm sure the week will get better as it goes along.
Yeah, we can only hope. I mean, it's early. Thank you, buddy. Have a great Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily show continues. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Tuesday, and we're joined by Father Nathan Castle, and who I can only believe is Toto, and we'll tell you why. Because Wizard of Oz is all that.
It sure is.
It was all that back when it was on just once a year, right, Father Nathan? Like
Absolutely. Everybody, when they started advertising it like 2 weeks ahead, and it was all anybody could talk about.
It was so important. Yeah, it was, and nobody missed it, man. The annual airing of Wizard of Oz, back before you can just dial it up now on demand. It's not even fair.
That was before there was a Super Bowl, and it was like a Super Bowl party. Everybody planned what they were going to bring to eat and where they were going to watch it, all of that.
And you hosted the biggest Wizard of Oz bash of anyone, but that's not what we're here to talk about necessarily, although we might touch on it a little bit. This is Father Nathan. He celebrates Mass regularly in the Tucson, Arizona area. 40 years ordained minister in the Catholic faith. You may know him from his popular podcast, The Joyful Friar, and it's so good to have you on. We're going to talk about your book, and particularly the book series about stuck souls. This is so interesting. I don't know where to start, Father Nathan. What do you think?
Well, you're the pro here, but
there's a lot to unpack. Well, I guess we could start at the beginning with Ray, because your books, your series, and the latest. What is the latest called?
The third one. There's 3 in that series. They're called Afterlife Interrupted. And then each of them has a different subtitle. The third book is Please Let Me Explain.
Which is perfect, because that's my question to you. Please explain. The Afterlife Interrupted, book 3 is Please Let Me Explain. And by the way, anytime you can follow along as you're listening at Nathan-Castle.com. That's how you're going to find this guy on the interwebs. Explain what this book series is about and what a stuck soul is, and how do you get stuck, and how do you help the passing over process? Let's dig right in.
Well, I grew up Roman Catholic, and as a little child, I was taught that there were 3 destinations when we die, that we go someplace else after we die. And it sounded to me like Mexico, the U.S., and Canada.
Yeah.
There were these nation states in the afterlife where you went, and they all had borders and reasons why people were in one place or not another. And anyway, we were taught that that we could pray for the ones that were sort of in the middle, and we could help them advance. And so I was doing that as a 5-year-old. In fact, once I learned to read, we got a newspaper in the morning and one at night, and I would get the obituary pages and take them to bed with me. So not very many little kids doing that. That was what I was doing. I was
Yeah.
praying, especially if they weren't Catholic, because I lived in a town that was half Baptist and half Catholic, and those weren't happy days. That they fought. You know, you know how religious people can think their flavor is the only one there is, and uh, so I knew that the Protestant folks didn't pray for their dead because they didn't know to, and I thought as a 5, 6, 7-year-old that didn't seem fair. So I would pray for all the ones that weren't Catholic. I would look in the paper, and it usually said at the bottom, what church their service was going to be from, and I'd pray for them and talk to them, before I was going to sleep. I was doing that as a little kid, and then I was already a priest. I was in my early 40s, I think, when I got a contact dream. Maybe your audience, some of them older ones, would know what a pager is. I think gone away. But I used to have to take a turn as a priest in case there was a medical emergency in a hospital and they needed a priest right now. And so I was used to being awakened, on my duty night, and have to suddenly, come awake, get the data down, what's the patient's name, where I would find them, and all that. Well, anyway, this happened when I was on a retreat. I got paged, except it wasn't with a pager. It just was right in my dream. Someone was calling out to me in pain, dying by burning. And I woke up from it, and I knew that I was being called. It wasn't like my normal dreams. Do you remember your dreams?
Barely. Yeah. Hazy.
Well, I mean, I'd never burned to death on the engine of a car, and I had no reason to be dreaming about that. It didn't feel like my dream at all. People say, how do you distinguish them? Well, I didn't really even need to. It was just so obvious. But it was a guy who turned out to be from, well, here, I should explain. He came to me and showed me this stuff. I was on a retreat with other spiritual people, and one of them was my friend and prayer partner. I knew she was unusually gifted. And I said, when we got up in the morning, and when I'm on retreat, I go near the coffee pot first thing in the morning. And there's always a few people that are out running or whatever, but I don't want to, I'll wave goodbye to them while they go run. I want my coffee. So we were sitting near the coffee, and I just said to her, would you mind if we find a quiet moment and pray about this thing? Because something happened in the night. Well, we did. We got quiet and we prayed for a few minutes, just still. And she said, whoever this guy is, he really wants to talk to you. Is it okay if I let him? All right. She had the capacity to do that. Outside of church circles, that usually gets called channeling. Within the churches, I call it prophecy. I believe that in the Jewish and Christian traditions, God sometimes uses a person to borrow their voice to speak. It's not uncommon at all in those traditions. So anyway, I said, sure. We protected ourselves. We prayed to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. We asked Saint Michael the Archangel to protect us. We're okay. So he came through and said, who the hell does he think he is, taking me just when I was getting good? He had died at 20 years old in a fire. He got his girlfriend pregnant at 18. They married, and the child was a year and a half old when he burned to death on the radiator of a car from the late 50s with fins and chrome. And I just thought, okay, well, hello, my name's Nathan. Is this what happened? This is what I saw in my dreams. Yeah, that's how I died. But anyway, he had ideas about God, that God had burned him to death. And so why would he want to have anything to do with God? So he was stuck because of some misinformation.
This is Ray we're talking about. The first time Father Nathan experienced this stuckness, and we'll get into more of that. But a 20-year-old auto mechanic named Ray died in 1960 in a car fire, and because of the nature of the death, I think often could cause a stuckness. The nature of a death being sudden, being tragic, not prepared to die, and also in Ray's case, just confusion over why it is you die, and he was misinformed. God chooses you to die, and he had anger over that. He had issues over that, and he was stuck. Where are you stuck?
Well, people will sometimes, we use the phrase somebody being mad at the world. He was mad at every world there is. He was mad at the universe.
Oh, yeah.
he he created in his afterlife a kind of a cell or a cave or something where he could be isolated because he was so mad at everybody. He wanted everybody to go away and leave him alone. And his guardian angel didn't. He said, "There's this one guy that just sits way over in a corner and he doesn't say anything. He just sits there." Uh, but anyway, we talked to him a little bit and said, "Well, how can we help you? Wouldn't you do that? You know, what do you want? Well, how can we help you?" He said, my wife, she's an old woman now. He died in 1960. I was only 4 years old then. And I said, "Well, what have you been doing all this time?" Well, he said, "My wife, she's an old woman now. She married up. She married her lawyer, moved to South Carolina, but she's dying now. And I want to greet her when I can, but I can't the way I am." I said, "Oh, well, then that would mean you have to change." Are you really willing to do that? Because people don't like changing.
Yeah.
They
Now,
want to be the same.
but by the time you get to a third book, and you've done this now, and we'll explain what this is, this helping people pass over hundreds of times, but this is your first, I mean, what was it like? There was no blueprint, Father Nathan. You were just stumbling your way there. You often bring in a prayer partner almost every time, I think.
I do all the time.
How did you figure it out the first time? And were you thinking, why am I called to do this?
It's just putting one foot in front of the other. You've probably been in situations where it was the first time you did a thing.
Yeah.
And you might be scared of it because it's unfamiliar. You might fail, but you rally yourself and you try to figure things out, or you talk to somebody that knows more than you do, and then you get started. And I also believe that the universe, that God is everywhere. Lots of people who believe in God believe that God's everywhere and not just located in Wyoming. You know, I'm in Arizona today. We don't have to talk to different gods. The God of Arizona and Wyoming are one and the same. If God's with you always, well, then you just say, "Well, then help me do this. I'll do the best I can, and just help me." That's all I did. And one thing led to another. In his case, we had to do some counseling because he needed to change some ideas in order to get free. But most of them over the years don't need that anymore. They got that already, and we're just the discharge staff at the hospital. You know, at a clinic or a hospital, you might have been overnight for days or weeks, but there comes a time when you don't need to be here anymore. You're healthy enough to leave, and we just help people out the door.
Well, I'm sure people have questions about where it is you're passing over to. Can you give folks?
Yeah, I didn't answer your question, did I? Well, you're on the radio. What are your call numbers?
Well, we're syndicated on several stations, so it's hard to say.
All right. Well, 98.6 on your dial or whatever.
Right.
Especially if you're in the car and you're traveling distances like people might have to in Wyoming.
Right.
If you're listening to radio, you might have to tune the dial real carefully to keep on the station you want to be on. And they're all in the air. I don't know, but I kind of think that whatever Jesus taught us, that the kingdom of heaven is at hand. It doesn't have to be thought of as a distant place. It overlaps. And I think of it as kind of like the radio band. It's all, here, it's organized and there's movement up and down, but it's really all kind of here already. One thing I want to make, this is a really short interview, want to make sure people understand that not the fact that somebody died suddenly and violently doesn't mean they're stuck.
Not always, right.
No, most of the time that's not the case. They get the help they need, they move along. But sometimes people are brokenhearted or angry, or sometimes people die in a circumstance that causes them. What if you were distracted while you were driving and you caused an accident that not only killed you but other people? Well, then you might die guilty, and then you have to work through that. You didn't have that issue before the moment that you died, but now you have that. So sometimes people just need a moment. They just need a chance to chill, or they need some help. Before they can really feel free to go on to everything else, whatever is next.
We're talking.
Remember, everybody dies, and so there's all kinds of people dying, and God loves everybody and created everybody. So even though we have different religious ways of thinking of things, God's dealing with everybody all the time. And so sometimes I get lots of people that aren't Catholic or aren't Christian or don't care very much about religion. It's not really about that necessarily. God's loving everybody always.
We're talking to Father Nathan for 27 years now. He's been helping so-called stuck souls, 500 in all, probably more, His latest book in a series of 3 is Afterlife Interrupted, Book 3. Let me explain. You kind of mentioned the radio dial metaphor. It makes me think of time. Does time exist at all in the afterlife? Is there any? What is time? Does it matter?
Well, I know. When I first started this work, I figured that people probably wouldn't care about it or know what time it was or what day it was or what year it was. And sometimes I'd say, well, tell me, what year did you die? Which seems like that would be something top of mind. Like, what year did you graduate high school?
Yeah.
You didn't know that. But sometimes they had to grind away and find it, and they could figure it out because they just had lost track of it. But then especially I found that people who die while they have young children, you know how we say, oh, now they're not going to be at graduation or the prom or all those things. Some people have an unusually strong interest in keeping track of things that are happening on the earth, very often because of loved ones. And so they'll know, it's more top of mind to them to know what's going on, what day and what month, and all of that. And others just don't care very much about it at all. It doesn't interest them any longer.
Now, how are you alerted to a new case? Let's say, do you continue to have the dreams? Do loved ones left behind come to you?
I do. I keep a journal on the nightstand so that I don't have to stumble around in the dark
Yeah.
and go find something to write with, because it happens about once a week. So I'm just used to it, and it seems like the Holy Spirit knows everything. And if I'm over busy in all the other work that I do, because I don't live in the ozone layer 24/7, I say mass, and I have to grocery shop and cook today. I mean, I do a lot of things, and so I just keep track. And then I've scheduled an appointment with a couple of prayer partners over Zoom. We're on Zoom right now, and it's really easy. It works just fine. We had to start doing that during the pandemic when you couldn't be together and travel. So Zoom works great. So I just schedule it like I do other things, and we usually do a 2 hours time block, and we could do 2 what we call crossings in 2 hours time.
Now, the process, take us into the process a little bit. Obviously, God's the boss of all of it. It doesn't happen without God, but there are angels involved. There are deceased relatives that have gone on before. Do you call them in and get their assistance?
Well, what we do, we start with, I'm a Catholic, and if people that aren't Catholic have at least seen football players do the sign of the cross as they do their touchdown dance or point up. And I was taught that's reminding me that God is in my body. I'm drawing a cross over my heart. My mom knew I loved pirates as a little kid, and that's X marks the spot where the treasure is buried. God's right in the middle of you. And so we first of all pray to the Father, Son, and Spirit. I call on St. Michael the Archangel, heaven's protector, Mary, Mother of Jesus, St. Dominic, the founder of my order, the ancestors in my family that are in the holy ones. Anyway, we make sure that we're surrounded by what's called a cloud of witnesses, that we make the place holy. We don't pick up hitchhikers here or hereafter. We surround ourselves with light and goodness. And then I'll read the story to my prayer partners. I'll read it a second time to let it sink in. And then I'll say, let's be still now. And I usually ask for the guardian angel of the person we're helping, because dreams of their nature have a kind of a gauzy or symbolic nature sometimes. Even if you got the dream the way they conveyed it, you might still want some explanation. Maybe there's a crowd in the dream. Well, am I helping a bunch of people or only one? You know how at the beginning of a movie, you haven't yet figured out who you're supposed to care about? They start with a crowd scene, but then they pan in on somebody and you say, oh, okay, this person's important. I need to know about this person. So we do that. And then usually the guardian angel, I'll say, guardian, if you would, please use my voice if you would like to give us some clarity about what we're dealing with. And then they'll move in. They're very gentle. The angels are persons. They're not human persons, but they're angelic persons. And they have personalities. And so they can be funny or serious or, across the board. They're all helpful and they're all good and they all tell the truth. The people who come to us have been vetted to begin with. They're not random. They're like in a healthcare continuum. Somebody has signed off on their readiness to leave today or move on.
Yeah.
So we call on the angel. The angel usually gives us a name to call them by that day. It's like a nickname. Um, they don't really use names that much. They don't need to. They communicate kind of telepathically. They don't use words and voices. But when they're talking with us, they know it's helpful. So they'll explain a little bit, and they'll say, "I think," and sort of a mic test. You and I didn't need to even do a mic test today. The tech worked just fine. But sometimes when you're dealing with tech or communicating across space, you need to figure out, is the sound loud enough? Am I coming through clear? So they show the one that they guard how easy it is to borrow my voice. They model it, then they say, "I'll get out of the way now. I'll be over here to the side in prayer, and the next person to use the voice will be my beloved one." They always say that, my beloved. They don't. They're not just a guard that guards you. They also love you. And then that person will come on the line and we'll talk for a little bit, and then we help them organize their thoughts to say, "Are you ready to go now? Who would you like to have come for you?" Sometimes they'll pick somebody, like their mom or their spouse. Other times they'll say, "Everyone here's been so nice. I'm sure the next person will be equally as nice. I'd rather be surprised."
Yeah.
So we get a lot of surprises. It seems like that's become the more popular thing over time, is just to let it ride. I'll just wait. I'll just go with the wave and see what happens next.
Father Nathan, I can't tell you how many times that we wish we did a sound check of some kind and the tech doesn't work. We very often operate on a leap of faith, but it'll work this time without that. We're talking to Father Nathan. You can find him online, The Interrupted Death Experience, Afterlife Interrupted, his latest book. Check it out. Now, when you have one of these things, one of these cases, we'll call them a success story, where you help a soul pass over and get to the right place. These are real people, and you're writing about them. Is that okay?
I get their permission. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stories are well, they're personal and tender. They're about some, the day you died in a car crash. That's really tender material. And so we don't tell those stories without permission. So when we're ready to when we need a new story to tell, like I have a podcast and we tell news stories that are not in the books on the podcast. So we'll go back into prayer and we'll say, "May we please speak with Ray? We'd like to know if it's okay to tell his story publicly." And then it's not hard. He'll come back on the line, and there's a little bit of updating each other, the way that you might talk, to somebody you haven't seen in a year. You don't just dive into the conversation at hand. You want to have a little bit of background. How's it been? What's new? So we'll do a little bit of that, and then he'll say, "Well, the reason you're talking to me is you want to know if we can use my story," and the answer is yes, because I think it's nothing but truth. You wouldn't be selling anything that wasn't true. We've had a couple of people that wanted us to give them assigned identities. If they remember, they died, most of them died suddenly and violently, and they have loved ones. Would it reopen a wound to know that it was me? If so, they'll say, "Let's just say I'm something else, some other name," and they'll say, "Go ahead and use my story, but well, let's just change the name." But that's only happened twice out of about 50, I think.
This unique gifting of yours and the way you're being used, I think, Father Nathan, you tell me, is born of something that's been inherent in you for a long time, and that's your desire to heal people from trauma. Trauma can be a recurring loop that's hard to break away from, and that's what you're doing, is getting somebody unstuck.
It can be. And then, most of us know somebody that struggles with addiction of some kind. And very often, whatever the drug of choice, whatever the thing, the substance is that people are addicted to, or the behavior, very often it's covering over a pain that was there before that. You drank to drown your sorrows, that sort of thing. And so sometimes in the afterlife, when people have died without things being healed, there's time for that. There's a place for that. And sometimes they do afterlife rehab, actually drug and alcohol rehab in the afterlife. They don't need the substance anymore because they don't have the cells of the body that are screaming out for a chemical, but they have the thought patterns, they have the behaviors that have attached to them, that they became habitual. And they need to recognize what started this and what's the way out, And there is a way out. And very often they're happy to be in rehab in the afterlife because the insurance money doesn't run out. They're not spending their parents' retirement money or whatever. They're not feeling guilty. And everything works. They say they never give us a pill and say take this for 2 weeks and see if it works. They just say they always know what works. But it's like physical therapy. You have to do the work. It's not just some medical professional that just comes in and swoops into your life and makes you all better. You have to work too, and it's good that you do.
Fascinating discussion from a pint-sized pirate who traded his swashbuckling for intercessory prayer at age 6. I can't believe that.
Yeah, no.
Oh, my goodness.
Both of my aunts were nuns. They were both first grade teachers.
Wow.
And my mom was a great catechist. My dad was a man of faith. I was just surrounded by I wasn't just learning the rules and regulations of a religion. I was learning spiritual practice as a very kid.
I think that was mapped out for you from the beginning. So where do we find you on the interwebs?
Well, you've been kind enough to mention the website, nathan-castle.com. I'm on YouTube at Father Nathan Castle. My podcast is The Joyful Friar, Friar. You can find that anywhere you get podcasts. And if you'd like to be in touch with me, please read one of the books first if you have questions about the process, because I explain it well in writing.
Cool.
And then if you do correspond or talk, we'll have a richer conversation because you're a little better informed. But those are all on Amazon. They're real easy to find.
Fascinating. Yeah, learn more in those ways, hopefully those ways, rather than to appear in one of Father Nathan's dreams, because then you may
if you need that help later, I'll just give me a call.
He's there on that end as well. Thank you, Father Nathan, for popping on today.
All right, buddy. Enjoy
Appreciate it. Yes. God bless. Have a great Tuesday.
Bye.
We got to take a quick break. More on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network right after these.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth.
it always came back.
Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Yeah, let's move right along with news of the day. Let me double check, make sure nobody's been trying to reach me or providing feedback. I always like to mention if people are joining the conversation. Bill chimes in. He said, "We're losing our country people." I think he means rural country. The time is here for Americans to stand up, put this demon down for good. The opportunity's slipping away. No more tough talk series about the destruction of America. I think when we were talking about the LA riots and stuff, Robin also chimes in with fight, fight, fight. That was also an hour ago. So whatever we were talking about an hour ago, I think we were talking about LA riots, but we were also talking with Rob Geringer, who was mentioning where politics are heading today and the factionalism, and that was an interesting discussion. But I think, let's move forward. Onward and upward in the news cycle. And let's go to, let's see, what have we not covered? This story from Claire McFarland, just to put a bow on it, I guess. It's probably not the end of the story, but it's the end of the story, hopefully, for the wife of an accused killer. And we're talking about a Uintah County jury that deliberated for, I want to say they were in there for 13 hours. Is that what I read? We'll circle back to that. But a jury came back and found the wife of suspected Fort Bridger killer not guilty in helping her husband cover up the murder. The wife of a man charged with killing another man in Fort Bridger last year said she was simply scared when she threw the gun out of the car. The firearm involved in the shooting, it was a .45 handgun that she had bought her husband, by the way, and she said, never again. Obviously, with that, I won't be doing that again, she said, of buying guns. Nothing criminal about purchasing that firearm. It was all legit. But she's kind of had it with firearms after this incident. Her husband allegedly used that gun to shoot Jeremy Jacques about 10 times, 48-year-old Jacques. Her husband is named Skylar Gray, and the woman we're talking about is Shadon Oler, 35-year-old. During a tearful session on Monday, an interview with Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland, she reflected on her acquittal, which happened late last week, and she said all she wants to do is move on, move forward with her children. She was found not guilty of aiding and abetting, I guess, not guilty of discarding a pistol in order to help her husband avoid first-degree murder charges. The jury agreed that she was simply scared, wanted to get the gun out of the situation, was scared for her kids. When she was in a vehicle with her husband, she did not witness the shooting, but she heard the shots, allegedly, bang, bang, bang. Husband jumps in the car. He's got the gun. They start driving. She throws the .45 caliber pistol out on Business Loop 80 in Fort Bridger. She remembers exactly where. She took police back there later and said, yeah, here's where I threw the gun. So she was on trial for assisting or possibly aiding her husband to avoid first-degree murder charges. But she said that was never the intent. She said, I was scared. All I wanted to do was protect my children. In a interesting and complex plea agreement, I guess, the jury's verdict came through, I don't know how many hours. There was a cold plea involved, which I don't understand. Only Claire McFarland does. We can talk to Claire. We will talk to Claire tomorrow. Maybe we'll ask her more about it. But, she's just happy to put this behind her. She was a victim of domestic abuse, allegedly, and, wants nothing to do with the husband and the fight on guns in general anymore. Tough part of Shadon's history that she would like to forget. The 35-year-old found not guilty of discarding a pistol to help her husband avoid first-degree murder charges. Meanwhile, the trial of the husband will be ongoing. She could have faced 6 months in jail and up to $750 fines for being accessory after the fact. But once again, with the decision, that won't be the case. Claire McFarland has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. We got more on the show coming. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. At least 15 Union Pacific rail cars derailed Monday near Walcott Junction in central Carbon County, prompting responses from law enforcement, the railroad, and the local power cooperative. At least 3 of the derailed cars were tankers, according to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland.
Scanner traffic said, and officials later confirmed there were 2 trains involved, and about 15 to 20 cars derailed. At least 3 of those were tankers. Our correspondent on scene said that there was actually like a propane heater that got hit and was leaking. So originally the concerns were, whoa, we smell propane. Do we have a propane tanker leaking? Let's get some power shut off. The fire chief on scene said to our correspondent, it looks like there was a heater hit, and that's where that odor is coming from.
Officials say there were no injuries and the incident is under investigation. People born and raised in Wyoming who move to other states must pay expensive non-resident tag fees to come back to hunt. Non-resident hunting tags in Wyoming can be difficult to draw and are considerably more expensive than resident tags. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that legislators are considering lower-priced non-resident native hunting tags for them.
Up north across the straight line to Montana, they have what they call their Come Home to Hunt program, which kind of offers, they're not as low as resident tag fees, but they're lower than the typical non-resident tag fees. Representative J.D. Williams kind of took up the cause, and so they're kind of pushing for a similar program here in Wyoming so we can encourage more of our native people who grew up and then moved to other states to come back here to hunt, where it's not costing an arm and a leg to pay for non-resident tags.
Williams told Cowboy State Daily that he might sponsor a bill calling for Wyoming non-resident native hunting tags. However, he'd rather the bill be sponsored by Travel and Tourism. Committee-sponsored bills typically move faster and have better chances of passing than individually sponsored bills. On December 21, 1866, a group of infantry, cavalry, and civilians under the command of Captain William Fetterman were wiped out after riding and marching into a trap sprung by more than 1,500 Lakota Sioux, Northern Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors in what is now Sheridan County, Wyoming. For more than 130 years, Fetterman was painted as an arrogant buffoon who directly disobeyed orders and ran over a ridge to his death. But Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that new research by a Wyoming historian is painting a different picture of the Civil War hero, and the story will be featured on History Channel's latest docuseries, Kevin Costner's The West.
What has happened in recent years, over the last 20, is that people have been digging up these first person accounts and revealing Fetterman for who he really was. And that was an obedient soldier, loved by his men, and compassionate, and aware that the Native Americans were a worthy opponent.
The story of Fetterman will air later this month and will debunk the myth that he was a callous, disobedient officer, and will share the story of how the Fetterman fight helped shape the West. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A strawberry moon rises over Wyoming this evening, and when it does, it will be at its lowest point in a 37-year span. The full moon this month will rise only 21 degrees above the horizon in the southeast sky, which is about as low as it can go over the Cowboy State. That's not unusual for this time of year, but Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a full moon this low-hanging only happens once every few decades.
Typically during the summer, the moon is lower in the sky anyway, just because of the peculiarities of the lunar cycle and the way the moon orbits the Earth. When it rises on Tuesday night, it's going to be at its lowest point that it's been since 2006, and it's not going to be this low in the sky again until 2043. So as the moon rises on Tuesday night, it could shine through the atmosphere and have a really deep red hue. So it might look like a strawberry moon.
The full moon of June is called the strawberry moon because it's allegedly when wild strawberries start to ripen. Wyomingites can expect to see the strawberry moon rise around 7:40 p.m. on Tuesday, reach its highest point right after midnight, and set at 4:26 a.m. Wednesday. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I did cheerleading through high school. I went to the Colts cheerleading and I loved it. I was about to go to work and my arm went numb on me. I knew I couldn't speak and I collapsed.
After 36 hours, Tessa's worried family and friends called police, who found her on the floor after suffering a stroke.
For 2 days, I was unconscious. I don't remember anything.
Thanks to the American Heart Association's support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs, Tessa got her life back.
I don't have a limp anymore, and I am so encouraged because I can speak now.
To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Tuesday, June 10. Renee Jean joins the discussion. Renee, you've been busy. We got to move fast to get to your stories, or one better than the next. Good stuff. Let's start with, I had no idea that Shell Falls was powered. And we have to rewire it, so the falls is going to go down. How many megawatts does it take to run a waterfall?
Okay, so Shell Falls isn't run by electricity.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I wonder how a Forest Service, when I first heard that Crazy Woman Canyon was closed for the season, that was disappointing for a lot of people. And now on top of that, another feature of the Bighorn Mountains, really popular, Shell Falls was closing. How do you close? This isn't a Disney park feature. It's not like the roller coaster isn't going to run today. How do you close a falls, and why are they closing Shell Falls?
Well, so at best I could tell from what little was available, there was a power outage several years ago that caused the restrooms to stop functioning. They've been using porta potties, but they are going to fix the power outage this year. So they're going to be closed this year and potentially next year as well. It kind of depends on how long the construction takes. But I'm figuring if they're asking for, if they're already saying it's going to be 2 years, it could be 2 years or longer if they run into problems.
Yeah. And what forest is this?
It's the Bighorn National Forest.
Right.
Yeah, this is a feature that's in the Bighorns. It's the second major attraction in the Bighorns to be closed this year. Crazy Woman Canyon was supposed to be open this year. They've been trying to repair some bridges there, but they didn't think they were going to get the funding this year. And so it was supposed to be open, but then at the last minute they got the funding they needed. So that is kind of an unexpected closure there. The tourism office had been heavily promoting Crazy Woman Canyon as part of its annual marketing campaign. But they're doing a quick pivot there as well. And then, the Shell Falls actually appears in a sticker that they created for this year's tourism campaign there in the Bighorn County. They're doing a little pivot there as well. They do have more than one waterfall in that county, so that helps.
Yeah. Yeah. But this is a big one, pretty popular. Tour buses parked there. Parking is what you can close off, and you'll probably, I guess, see these parking lots roped off, taped off, and you better not park there. You better not go visit the falls. This is, you face a $5,000 fine.
Up to $5,000 for an individual, up to $10,000 for an organization, and a potential up to 6 months in jail as well for violating that closure. So
Ouch.
it's kind of a big deal if you get caught.
Now, does that mean let's say you don't intend to park there, you don't intend to go to the bathroom there, you just somehow walk 8 miles to the falls. Can you go see the falls? They don't cease to exist. Or would that be?
It says
trespass?
all trails, pathways, grounds, viewing platform, buildings, parking area, and roads are off limit to the public. So they really don't want any member of the public there during the next 2 years.
Yeah, that is tough. Well, hopefully in a couple years we can get back to the Bighorns and see the stuff that's in there. But at least we know now. You've been warned. Renee Jean's story in the Cowboy State Daily. Maybe we'll all just go to Brush Creek Ranch and go glamping. But you better bring your checkbook. Oh my goodness, it's a high end kind of a glamp. Well, that's what glamping is, right? Glorious camping, glorified camping,
Right.
Glamorous camping.
What I thought was interesting about this story is that whole thing with the yurts. So yurts come from Mongolia originally. They were popular in the 60s and 70s with the hippie culture. But we modified them, of course. We wanted them to be more portable. We wanted them to have modern conveniences. And so there are whole companies dedicated to making yurts where you can add electricity. These have ceiling fans, floors, they're like little houses in the wilderness, basically. They are canvas sided, but they have a wooden lattice that's over, so they're more or less permanent structures. They have glass windows, doors. You can get wind kits to make them, better suited to Wyoming, wind and snow kits. So you can really kind of trick these yurts out. They can be small, like 12-foot diameter, or they can be large, 30-foot diameter. I forget how many square feet that is, but I think it was like 700 to 900 square feet. So that's a little apartment sized, I'd say. You can fit quite a bit in one of those. If you look at the pictures, great big huge bed, 2 leather couches, and a armchair. There's a small bar in there, a table, a dining table, dressers, and lots of windows for light if you want it. So, pretty swanky.
Yeah, definitely. This is not your grandfather's yurt unless your grandfather was Genghis Khan. I mean, these are pretty sweet. Secret Creek makes them handcrafted yurts starting at about $7,000 for your basic 12-foot diameter, up to 21 grand if you want to get into that big 30-foot. And I think it's yet another
Base price.
it,
That's the base price. That's
yeah,
no
before you, yeah. Oh, I can imagine. That's why it's going to run you about $4,500 a night to get into one of these yurts. Comes with a private chef. I think Brush Creek Ranch, which is right outside of Saratoga, I think they recognize where the trend, we've talked about this before, Renee, where the tourism trend is going. People want an outdoor experience. They want to be outside. It's the reason they're in Wyoming, but they don't want to completely rough it. They do need a few amenities.
Yeah. They want that mixture of luxury and immersion in nature. Brush Creek Ranch certainly offers that. I also thought it was interesting that this is probably the most expensive glamping experience in the state. I looked at a bunch of other glamping opportunities, and I didn't find one that was even close to what this costs. But I guess they're seeing it at Brush Creek as like an affordable price point. If you bring all 8 people, you're allowed up to 8 people on this property. Well, then that's around 500 per person per night. So that's probably the most affordable inn that you would ever get at Brush Creek. Their cabins, which just house 2 people, are like 33,000 and some change. So, 1,500 a person. It's a third less expensive, or 2/3 less expensive to rent this glamping tent, and you get a private chef. The cabins don't necessarily come with access to a private chef because the lodge has got like hundreds of guests. So
Yeah.
they all certainly eat very well and it's high-end dining, but they don't have access to that private chef. You get that with this tent.
Well, when you add up all you get, there's a clientele for everything you want to do. I'm sure Brush Creek will be very successful. There's a clientele. Yeah. There's a certain buyer in real estate, even if you think it's a niche market. Golfing, you mentioned in your story, was kind of down in the late 2010s. It is back. So much so that there's a actual specialized real estate agency that just targets golf properties.
Yeah, I mean, this is a comeback story for golf. I guess in the 2010s, golfing was like, that was what your grandparents did. It wasn't cool anymore. But the younger set has picked up golfing in a big, big way. The millennials are looking for golf properties. It's become like a $147 billion industry now. More people golfing than ever before. Netflix is even running a like Formula One for golf type reality show following professional golf players around. And I looked at the viewing stats on that. Season 5 of Suits, kind of equivalent to that. Mm-hmm. So I was kind of surprised, like, yeah, that's a lot of people watching golf. Suits was a pretty good Netflix program, I thought.
Yeah.
And I was surprised that many people would be watching professional golfers. To me, golf is kind of a boring sport, but what do I know?
It's so zen, though. It's the zen in it. I like to have it on in the background. I just feel soothed when I'm watching golf.
Soothed by golf?
Yeah.
I feel like, well, but it's telling to me, Jake, that you say it's on in the background. So you're not just sitting there watching it doing nothing, because it's not that exciting.
Well, we're not talking about watching golf. We're talking about buying into a whole golf culture and community. And that's why Golf Life Navigators exists. They bill themselves as eHarmony meets Zillow for golf, which is pretty accurate. Based in Florida, now expanding nationwide, recognizing the trend that, there's people out there specifically looking for golf course property, and that requires a special kind of realtor, I would imagine, who understands the lingo, the culture, the whole bit, what people are looking for.
And plus what the properties, because every golf community has different rules. Some require membership in the club, some do not. Some clubs require that you own property, some do not. So there are quite a few variables. There's probably a dozen or so golfing communities in Jackson Hole. She ticked off 11. I'm sure there's probably one she forgot somewhere. So I'm going to say there's a dozen on both sides of the pass in Jackson Hole and Idaho and Wyoming. And she's working both sides of that. She's living in one of them and lived in a different one before. So she knows some of these inside and out. She's played on a lot of these courses. So, I think this is a great fit for her.
Mm-hmm. Ann Fish with Engel and Volkers here at Jackson Hole. She's specializing and working with Golf Life Navigators. She knows the golf community, golf course properties. And yeah, there are plenty from super nosebleed, high-end snobby to just regular dudes over in Idaho where I golf, where the rest, where the regular people go. And it is booming. They are building like crazy. So yeah, it's something.
Yeah. It's not your grandparents' golfing community anymore, though. In the surveys that they do to figure out what our golfers want. They want wine tastings. They want social activities with the club. It's not just golf. So there's quite a bit that's going into this, making it more popular.
If you're looking to just finish up that novel, what you're looking for is peace and quiet. That's the way Papa wanted it. Ernest Hemingway finished up Farewell to Arms at this place only after, like Goldilocks, checking out a few other hotels. One was too loud. There was too many college kids. One was too small. And this one was just right. And it's now for sale for a cool $29 million. The Spear Ranch, historic.
Yeah, this is a pretty cool place. I mean, just looking at the photographs, I feel like this could be a movie setting. It feels like a fairy tale setting. I expect to see a princess come walking down the path. It's like a little park there. They actually brought a landscaper in from the East Coast to do the landscaping here. So this is not accidental. They spent a lot of money to get it to look this way. And it is just gorgeous. You look at it from overhead, it's like, wow. Just the three ponds around the main house and the creek and there's a gazebo overlooking the creek where you could go eat dinner. It's a screened gazebo, so you're not going to get eaten alive by the mosquitoes. Just a beautiful property. It's the history is unparalleled. I think the main house here was originally built by the Spears, Willa and or Willis rather, and Virginia Bell Benton got married in 1886. They met. The Spears came down from Montana and homesteaded a 160-acre section next to George Washington Benton, uh, who had another 160-acre section. And so Willis met his future wife on the Benton property. She was his neighbor. They got married. George Washington Benton sold the ranch to his new son-in-law that put the Spear Ranch together. So it's kind of a love story too, but it's pretty good history in the state. It is also adjacent to one of the state's oldest polo fields. The Wallop Ranch next door. He was the cousin of these Scottish ranchers, the Moncriefs, who, in addition to starting, like a pony breeding operation, they put down a polo field because they wanted to share that with their hands. And polo has been a big deal in the Sheridan area ever since. So you've got the Flying H Polo Club, you've got the Bighorn Polo Club, which is the oldest polo club in the West. First recorded polo match in Sheridan County was July 4th, 1893.
Ooh.
So,
Polo, yeah.
yeah, so, here's the Spear Ranch right next to that. It's not just history on the ranch, but it's surrounded by history.
Yeah, and the
Part of it.
acreage, pretty good acreage. The main house, it does have the whole property has this New Englandy feel to it. Yeah, the Hall and Hall listing now includes this ranch was parted out over the decades, but it's now all put back together. You're looking at the Spear Ranch in its entirety, thanks to an unidentified couple that has put this listing together. 29 million.
Yeah, 29 million.
That's cheaper than buying your own island in Montana.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's surprising in some ways, although to me 29 million is forever unreachable. I'd never be able to afford anything close to that. So
It's
but yeah, I think in the grand scheme of properties, it's kind of surprising that this is available at that price. This would fit right in with Jackson Hole. It's so beautiful. It's just gorgeous. It's got that history. It's very Wyoming, I think.
Yeah.
But Sheridan.
Just gorgeous. Yeah, I love it. I love the
Yeah.
look. Well, you and I, again, we're going to have to pool our resources, save our pennies, and maybe we can
Well,
go in together.
I have to meet rich friends, Jake.
I'm trying every day. One last thing, Renee, if you could stick with us for this Sheridan Inn and the inn that was saved. It took a lot of effort. Introduce us to, is it Edra?
I think so. I think that's how you say her name.
Yeah, what a lady. I mean, if not for her, this inn could have collapsed years ago.
Yeah. And, she likes to say she's the latest in a long line of people who helped save the Sheridan Inn. In the 60s, they wanted to put a shopping mall there and just tear it down. It's like an old tree, let's just get rid of it and put whatever we want there kind of attitude on the part of some. And so by the time in the 1990s, early 2000s, when she was executive director, she joined the board in the 1990s, and then she became executive director in the early 2000s. And so by then, everybody's tired of the refrain, save the inn, save the inn. But but for her, that inn may well have finally been replaced. The original construction, there was a section of wall where they didn't put any concrete, they just threw in rocks, and
Ooh.
that part failed, and so, that wall was slowly giving way. There were huge cracks appearing in the wall. I got a kick out of this because here she is, the executive director, and she's telling her board, "We've got some cracks in the wall, it's very concerning." And they're like, "Oh, you're a girl, you don't know anything."
Yeah.
So kudos to her for having the chutzpah to say, well, I may not know, but I don't think this is nothing. And I can find experts who do know, who can tell us what's going on. And so she brought in a Colorado company, which did some under, that ground penetrating radar where they can look without digging in or doing anything. And indeed, that company told them they had like 2 years to save the building. Well, they got the contractor up there who started doing the work. He's like, "Nah, you got like 6 months to save this building or it's gonna fall over."
Yeah.
So,
So she was not Chicken Little, and the board who said, you don't know anything. She said, well, I'll get somebody who does know something. And boy, she
I
saved
mean,
it.
at that point where they're telling you you're a girl, you don't know what you're doing, I think a lot of people might have just kind of thrown up their hands and said, "Well, I guess, it's just settling. It's a 100-plus-year-old building." But kudos to her for being smart enough to realize that those cracks really were something and not to be taken lightly. So I think that would have been easy to overlook. And I thought it was interesting too, Jake, her motivation. She joined the board not out of any burning passion for the Sheridan Inn. She just had a passion for the community. She wanted to get to know her community, be part of her community. She was a believer in being part of these boards. So you meet people face to face, talk to them face to face. And it was the ghost, though, in the end that got her to learn about the history of the Sheridan Inn. And that is ultimately what gave her a passion for this inn to save it.
So cool. Well, the reward for Edra is seeing the inn still there. The award for Edra is actually a Lifetime Achievement Award from Humstone Historic Preservation. So that's cool.
It wasn't just the saving the Sheridan Inn. She's been enormously involved over the years in the community. She helped save the facades in the downtown area, which is a bucket list. Main Street stroll down Sheridan is it's a beautiful experience. There are not too many downtowns that are like that anymore, especially. But Sheridan has an unusually vibrant downtown. She was part of establishing the Sheridan Railroad Historic District and the Sagebrush Community Arts Center. So,
golly, Edra is sort of the John Holland of Sheridan. John Holland, we just had on the show from Jackson. He's doing similar things, saving historic buildings, historic whole blocks. Great the efforts of these folks keep old Wyoming still rolling in some way.
Yeah.
We'll have to have her on the show, and we're gonna save that other meat band story for when we want to get Tyler on the show as well. So a lot of stories, Renee. We can't even get to them all. The stories you've been busy with.
Good.
Thanks a lot. Have a great Tuesday.
All right, you too. Bye-bye now.
Renee Jean of the Cowboy State Daily Show, and several stories check out at cowboystatedaily.com. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network continues this morning. This Day in History coming up.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
I've just been getting fascinated with baseball in 1888. Oh, man. I love baseball. What a perfect sport. Some people find it too slow and boring. I love the aspects of baseball. One of the few sports with no clock. Well, they do have a clock now. They do have a pitcher's clock, but you know what I mean. The game's not over till it's over. And it could go 2 hours. It could go 5 hours. Baseball just so unique that way. I bring it up because this day in history, June 10th, a baseball game was played, 1888, between Fort McKinney and a team out of Buffalo, just called Buffalo. And Fort McKinney won, by the way. Fort McKinney beat Buffalo. It was one of the first baseball games played in the state of Wyoming. On this day, 1888, baseball was well on the way to becoming the national pastime of the U.S. Not yet, not in 1888, but it was getting there. And it was getting popular. And so I decided to look and see in 1888 what was baseball like. Like, what were the teams in baseball? Here are the stars of the day. It shows you like baseball had not quite arrived, but it was getting there. Fred Dunlap in January 2nd of 1888 would sign a baseball contract paying him $5,000 with a $2,000 signing bonus. It was the largest contract ever given to a baseball player to date. $5,000 to play baseball for a year. Baseball players today make $5,000 like a minute or more than that. But what a time. 1888, the American Association, there was a National League and an American League like there is today. They called the American League the American Association. That included the league leading St. Louis Browns. You've probably heard of that team. 92 wins, 43 losses. There was also the Brooklyn Bridegrooms, Philadelphia Athletics, Cincinnati Red Stockings, which would go on to become the Cincinnati Reds, Baltimore Orioles, which exists today, the Cleveland Blues, the Louisville Colonels, and the Kansas City Cowboys were at the bottom of the league over there in the American Association. In the National League, it was the New York Giants, top of the standings, followed by the Chicago White Stockings, Philadelphia Quakers, the Boston Bean Eaters, Detroit Wolverines, Pittsburgh Alleghenies, Indianapolis Hoosiers, and the Washington Nationals. Those were the teams in National League Baseball, Major League Baseball. But it was this day in 1888 that baseball started getting popular in Wyoming. And this day in 1890, the Western Beef Company filed for incorporation in Wyoming, listing its capital then at $15 million. This is in 1890, $15 million. 1890 this day also, the War Department transferred Fort Laramie to the Secretary of the Interior. It said the military reservation there at Fort Laramie and the wood and timber reservation at Laramie Peak was, quote, no longer required for military purposes. This day in 1902, Reverend James Keene named Catholic bishop of the Diocese of Cheyenne. And on this day, June 10th, 1915, the Girl Scouts were founded. It was an expansion of the scouting movement started by, of course, English Lord Baden-Powell. A significant movement at the time. The Girl Scouts manual, I'm reading a little bit from 10 years later. Keep in mind, like this June 10th, 1915, Girl Scouts is founded. 10 years later, the 1925 edition of the Girl Scouts manual is available. It's still, you can see it online, and you can see the different merit badges Girl Scouts could pursue back in 1925. And it was just fascinating what those badges were, from ironing. Yeah, actually it was laundry or something was the merit badge you can go for. But they're also pretty cool outdoorsy stuff that young ladies could pursue as a Girl Scout in 1925. It's just fascinating. And there's also a huge section in the 1925 Girl Scout manual that covers the rules of the American flag. And I thought, given that this weekend is Flag Day, right, that I thought Abby, when we do our Ask Abby segment on Thursday, a couple days from now, we'll do some flag trivia and see how well Abby does, see how well she knows her own flag. Because in 1925, your upstanding Girl Scout was required to know an enormous amount about our American flag. You'd be surprised there's stuff you and I have long forgotten that the average Girl Scout had to know back in 1925 about the flag. Incredible. Flag Day coming up this weekend. By the way, just so you know, it's time to rodeo with the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. This past weekend, spent it in the Bitterroot Valley of Darby, Montana, where they had the biggest bareback riding in the PRCA, the Darby Extreme Bareback Riding. What a show that is. The top 20 in the bareback riding and others. We'll have some details on the winners coming up next.
Hi, I'm Lander Nicodemus with Torrington Livestock Markets. As a livestock market owner and a member of the LMA, I believe it is time for our industry to align and drive meaningful changes that will safeguard a future for ranchers. I'm asking all who are hearing this to sign on to this effort as we work to achieve and maintain ag-friendly tax policy, improve risk management tools, access to labor, flexibility for livestock haulers, and create support for young and emerging livestock producers. Now is the time. Learn more and sign on at commongroundsummit.net.
Growers across the region have successfully planted another Molson Coors barley crop, and before too long, combines will be rolling through the golden-ripe fields. Hi, this is Justine Paxton, a fourth-generation farmer from Basin, Wyoming. Bill Coors coined the phrase, barley is to beer as grapes are to wine, and he's right. That's why Molson Coors uses Moravian barley, a variety bred to be one of the highest quality and best yielding varieties available. We are proud to raise barley for Molson Coors, a company known for always supporting farmers in rural America.
Darby, Montana in the Bitterroot Valley, population 747, hosts one of the biggest bareback ridings in all of the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association. Friday, a big Darby music fest with Ned Ledoux and Chancey Williams and Paulette Carlson. Then Saturday, the qualifying round into the Sunday Championship at the Darby Extreme Bareback Riding. And it was an unbelievable show. J-Bar J Rodeo Company, Pickett Pro Rodeo Company, and Legacy Pro Rodeo all having stock there. I believe for the weekend there was 104 National Finals rodeo qualifications just in the bucking horses themselves. Here come the winners. Jess Pope, the world champion from a couple of years ago. He's a 5-time national finalist, was 91.5 in the championship round. Nick Pelkey from Wisconsin was 90.5. Mason Clements from Spanish Fork, Utah was 90 points. And Clay Jorgensen from North Dakota, Mason Stuller from Oregon split 4th and 5th with 88.5 points. And Jacob Leaves from Idaho was 88 points in that championship round to get the big money. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, interesting stories in the Cowboy State Daily from Mark Hines. Beginning with this one, I don't know. I don't know about this concerning hunting tags. You know, hunting is pretty popular in Wyoming, and Mark Hines has 2 stories regarding hunting. The most recent being an idea to let out-of-state residents who once lived here to be able to hunt using a non-resident native tags. The difference between in-state resident hunting tags for any given species, elk, whatever it is you're hunting, mule deer, the difference in price for that tag is quite distinct between if you're a Wyoming resident and you're looking to get a hunting tag, or if you're a non-resident. It's pretty steep, pretty big increase. There's a notion, there's an effort underway, perhaps lawmakers may consider creating some middle ground as they do in Montana. Mark Hines has a story that centers on Kim Dean and her husband. They raise kids they've born and raised in the Newcastle area, but have since moved out of state. They would like to be able to hunt in Wyoming because they lived here for so long. They would like to see some kind of middle ground where you were granted a non-resident native hunting program. They do that in Montana. They call it the Come Home to Hunt initiative, where you can buy hunting tags for different species at a much more reasonable rate than out of state. For example, the full price for a non-resident elk tag is $672. For a resident, it's $57. So it's a big difference. And the Deans aren't the only one who would like to see some kind of space in the middle be created for non-resident hunters. In 2026, there may be a legislative bill in the works. The Deans reached out to legislators, including J.D. Williams, Republican out of Lusk. Williams brought the idea before the legislature's Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee late last week on Friday. Williams doesn't sit on the committee, but would consider, he said, sponsoring a bill regarding creating this middle ground, the non-resident native tag. And Dean said, Dean, who really would like to see it, said she thinks it would benefit Wyoming to bring these kids back here to hunt, kids who grew up in Wyoming, born in Wyoming, but for whatever reason, for family, for pursuit of a different job, have moved out of state to be able to come back and hunt. It's something less expensive than a non-resident tag, might be in the works. We'll keep an eye on that next session, 2026, whether we see anything like that. Mark Hines has also the story of a controversial proposal to let landowners sell hunting tags. Now, that was shot down during the 2025 session, but it may be back. There's talk of reviving this piece of legislature. it would honor, for one hand, it would honor landowners who do provide open land. So large landowners who have big acreage ranches, that's good for wildlife in Wyoming, rather than fence it off, rather than have it be developed into shopping malls and suburbia. It's a way to recognize and award these landowners for keeping their land in a manner that can support Wyoming's wildlife, to allow these landowners to sell their hunting tags on private property for whatever the going amount may be. And the idea is the money that could be made off of that would be a nice reward for these ranchers. Currently, these tags are not available for sale. They may be transferred to immediate family members as gifts, but they cannot be sold or given to non-family members. Proposed legislation in 25 to change that was shot down. The concern was it would create perhaps land barrens where future hunting could only take place on large private property landowners, and these landowners could get rich selling tags, and it starts to sound like old England back in the day. That is the fear of what could be created. But Mark Hines says with the right conditions and stipulations, an idea like this could come back in the next 2026 Wyoming legislative session. We'll keep an eye on that. And Mark Hines, finally, his third story of the trifecta: the golden age of mule deer may be gone. Fewer than half of the peak numbers once seen in Wyoming for mule deer is what we're looking at now. Wyoming has fewer than half of the 500,000 mule deer it did during the heydays of the 1960s through 1980s. An estimated 500,000 mule deer were in this state. That number is more like 213,000 mule deer scattered across Wyoming, according to the latest 2024 counts. That's 50% below the target population that Wyoming Game and Fish has, the objective for mule deer. It continues to be really tough on mule deer. The species just declining across the West due to a variety of factors. Those have included weather-related problems, drought, certainly, winter kill during some ferocious winters, and then, deer getting hit on highways, vehicle collisions, habitat loss, and competition with other species, including how much do elk and feral horses eat mule deer out of house and home. And then there's disease and predation with the wolves. There's a lot of things facing the mule deer that make it real tough to be a mule deer nowadays. Wyoming may never see those kind of mule deer herds they did in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, where 500,000 were known to be in the state. Today, more like half that in the numbers. One last break here, and we'll come back for the final home stretch on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and Yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Well, we just talked about this yesterday, and it happened again. Deja vu all over again. Separate incident. If you didn't read closely, you would have thought it was the same story, and it was just a different news source catching up with that same story. These are two different incidents, and it happened again. The Telegraph, among many news sources today, reporting the following headline: Chinese scientist caught red-handed trying to smuggle into the country a toxic parasite. We just talked about this yesterday in the news, where a couple of scientists, two scientists that were caught trying to get into the University of Michigan. And again, it's University of Michigan. It's two Chinese scientists trying to smuggle into the University of Michigan. It was an invasive species a few days ago. It was some kind of fungi. Remember? It was yesterday. University of Michigan, it announced it would be ending the partnership, I guess, with China's university where these scientists are coming from. But just the other day, two boyfriend-girlfriend were charged with agro-terrorism as they were caught by the FBI allegedly trying to sneak in a toxic fungus. I forget what it was called. Fusarium graminearum. Fusarium could be super dangerous, could be considered bioterrorism. And those two are facing, I don't know, whatever you're charged with when you try to sneak in something like that into the country. And then today, a very similar story. A scientist from Wuhan Laboratories, oh boy, Wuhan, the city in China where COVID escaped from. This Wuhan scientist was arrested for smuggling toxic parasite into the U.S., bound for University of Michigan. not once, but 4 separate packages of concealed biological material that turned out to be roundworm. Roundworm's not a good thing. It's a type of parasite that can cause numerous illnesses in humans, including all kinds of stuff. The FBI, by the way, issued a statement for the second time in as many days. The FBI has zero tolerance for those who violate federal law and remains unwavering in our mission to protect the American people. I should think so. The statement from the FBI. It's twice now China scientists have been caught trying to smuggle into the U.S. bad stuff under the guise of, studying it, I guess. But you're not allowed to bring this stuff into the U.S. without declaring. And in this case, this young lady from Wuhan lied about what was in her baggage. She had hidden this roundworm concealed biological material. She had hidden it in some of her textbooks, claimed that she didn't have anything wrong. She was questioned by Border Patrol officers on June 8th. After landing in Detroit, she initially lied to officers about the packages, claiming they contain plastic cups instead of petri dishes. Eventually, she admitted to making false statements and said the packages contain, quote, biological material related to roundworm. That doesn't sound good. And what's up, University of Michigan, twice now, they've got Chinese scientists trying to bring stuff into campus. University of Michigan, on an unrelated note in the news, also just canceled its contract for undercover investigators that were surveilling pro-Palestinian groups on campus. University of Michigan trying to become the next Harvard, I think. You guys better get your act together. Yeah, all these things are in the news today. We covered it all, including Robert F. Kennedy saying he's removing 17 members of the CDC's Vaccine Advisory Committee. All of them have been given their walking papers. Oh, man. Hey, we're out of time today. We'll see you again tomorrow on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with